Let me be straight to you, but I'm breaking to pieces. More and more fighting on the edge. I'm losing my mind, I'm spinning in the ring of my own way hiding. Each day comes to an end, but I can't find the ecstasy. Living in my evil makeup. Oh, I don't even trust myself. Still
sleep, but rather be asleep and dream the days of peace.
I'm becoming everything that I wanted to be. Someone tell me, what should I do next? So don't make me already lost my keys to the door while shack. Only had one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in between.
What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever time it is in your time zone. We are live and alive today and playing copyrighted music, I see. God damn it. It's a jam, but yeah, it's not worth having Atlas take my money there. What am I trying to get to? Something here. Something that I have the ability to play. It is the 4th of January, 2026, or 2569 if you're Thai. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of whoa! Damn, there we go. Like some kind of ghost in a half shell. In this late-stage, hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. Did I just turn into a jellyfish? I think I did. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat, there we are. Alex versus Candace. Has anybody seen that shit? Yeah. Candace Owens is now being transvestigated. Did I say that this would happen? I feel like I warned her about this. Not that she would listen. Not that she's gonna listen to the likes of me. I mean, who am I? I got no clout, I got no nothing, right? But yeah, no, this is gonna come for you too, Candace. And Alex Jones, just made it so, just proved it. Chat, I have just been listening to the most frustrating content that you're going to get to hear a little bit of later. I pre-curated the Destiny Asmongold conflict. I don't know. The special operation that Destiny is doing in Asmongold land. Don't worry, chat, it's not an invasion, okay? They're not going to be there. They're just going to go in, they're going to take over Asmongold land, and they're going to go back to DGG, I guess. No, yeah, Destiny's been engaging a lot with Asmongold and really providing him a lot of content, right? And look, this is one of those times that you're going to be seeing Destiny make some points that actually are good. Because overall, as far as their position on whether we're talking about the Nick Shirley thing, the video hit piece on Somalis in Minnesota, or whether we're talking about the abduction, invasion, of Nicolas Maduro, we are, Destiny's like nominally, coarsely speaking on the right side of history. But don't let that fool you, because you're still gonna hear, it's Destiny. Of course you're still gonna hear some bad takes.
At Davidcliff super chatted $9.99. First as tragedy, Iraq, then as farce, Venezuela. Time really is just a flat circle.
Somebody's reading my video descriptions. Thank you, Davi. And thank you for the super chat as well. Speaking of, super chats, subs, all that sort of stuff, I really need to go through and rehash all of the stream alerts. Some of them are references to things that, happened a long time ago. And we've got more current, more pertinent references to throw in there. It turns out that a lot of slop tubers have at some point said my name. So I don't know, that could be a starting point. I know Zara found what just happened? It looks like we have a new contribution. Wow. All right, let me do one thing at a time. Put a butterfly in my hair. If you want to make that happen, you can join Davi in super chatting. Put a butterfly in my hair. If we, Davy just did a yellow chat, right? If we get, so there's like light blue chats, there's teal chat, super chats, there's, I think it goes to yellow from there. I don't know for sure, right? But yeah, anything that's like teal or above, that is of somewhere around 289 or above. I think that's the lowest teal super chat I've seen so far is like 289. So that must mean that's 100 bot. It's pegged to the currency of where I'm staying. Put a butterfly in my hair. There we go. Exclamation point and start goal. You got 3 hours to do that. And yes, Davi's super chat also counts. Also counts. What's up, Infallible Fal? Good to see you in the chat. I hope those emotes you're posting aren't indicating any kind of Fs in chat. We had some Fs in chat last time I was streaming. Hopefully that is a one-off thing. I don't think it was my internet. It must have been YouTube. It must have been on YouTube's side of things. That's what I'm assuming for now, at least. I am switching into live chat right now, which for you would be all chat. Is that what it says, chat? All chat messages or something? You've got an option to do top chat messages or all chat messages. I would advise you to switch to all chat messages just to make sure that you see everything that's going on in chat. And I'm gonna do the same. There we go. It tries to flip back on you. Every time you reload, it'll be like top chat. Would you like top chat? Would you like top chat? No, nobody wants top chat. Top chat's not cool. You're like, right, you're not cool. I feel like Benson here. Dude, you're not cool. And then top chat's like, how about now, Benson? And I'm like, it doesn't matter if you put sunglasses on. You're still top chat. You're still not all of the chat messages. Anyway, we're here. I got my green liquid. I'm trying to master making coconut matcha, but it's a little bit harder than you'd think, right? You get some coconut water, you make a little bit of matcha, you let it steep, and then you mix it in, but like getting it to like kind of mix evenly is harder than I thought it would. Anyway, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to get this, go here. And also probably should look at what is going on my stream alerts for Throne here. Just a second. I have this thing. Okay, so yeah, I've been listening to Destiny debating, not Asmongold, because Asmongold refuses to debate Destiny, right? We saw the closest thing we're gonna get of a debate with Asmongold, since he's got no confidence in himself, right? He knows he sucks at debate, right? So the closest we saw was Hassan going in his chat. I don't know if Destiny has tried that. That might work for him in a little, get him a little back and forth. But yeah, they've been going back and forth for days, to the point where when you watch their videos, it looks like they're talking live. Because you'll hear Asmongold say something and the Destiny will pause it and be like, no, that's wrong, blah, 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 right? They're in this for the love of the game, I believe. But anyway, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to, in order of things that stuff happened, thank you to, let's see, Joel Siverud for gifting a 1 month tier 1 sub to Magenta Rose Red. You just got jellyfished. All right. So that happened. And then we've got, if I'm pressing the right one, am I playing the right one? Pressing the right one? Yeah. I read this earlier, but it bears repeating. Davy Cliff says, first tragedy, Iraq, then farce, Venezuela. Time really is just a flat circle. Yeah. Somebody reads the descriptions, I guess. I mean, or wait, was it the description, or did I put that in? Maybe I put that in the message for Discord / Blue Sky. I don't know. Either way, chat. Either way. Yeah, it is a flat circle. You've got Iraq, not just Iraq, but you got Gulf War Iraq, which happened 10 years before Iraq and probably contributed heavily to the 9/11 event, the mass casualty event on the World Trade Center, that offered the pretext for Bush Jr. to invade Iraq and finish the job my daddy started. Does not go good for us, chat, when we're ruled by fail sons, when we're ruled by fucking fail sons that are living with a chip on their shoulder. I'm not as smart as Jeb. Daddy and mommy don't like me quite as much, but I'll prove them. I'll go after that man. That Saddam Hussein tried to kill my daddy. Is that a decent Bush? I don't even remember what Bush sounds like, but I thank you, Davy, and thank you, Joel, for the Twitch sub and the super chat respectively. Now there's one other person that I have to thank. They might be anonymous though. I might be thinking Anon here. Yes, Anon just contributed $25 to the new computer fund. So adding that all up in my head, it looks like we're starting off our goal at 41 tonight, right? The goal for bonus content. The goal for putting a butterfly in my hair is at 1 out of 10. Yeah, thank you, Davi, for getting us that one. It's gonna say 0, but just remember, when I get to 9, remind me to put a butterfly in my hair. All right, I don't have to wait for the confetti. I don't have to wait for the noise or anything like that. I just have to put the butterfly in my hair when we get to 9. So let me know when that happens, if that happens tonight. Need to watch, oh my gosh. You have a decent bush? Oh, the impersonation. Yeah. I don't know. Somehow Bush, like, I don't know, got into my, like, I watched it. This was on TV when I was young, right? George W. Bush announcing, going into Iraq, the media embedding its reporters along with the troops to make sure that nobody feels any sympathy for anyone other than the troops. And you got to wear your yellow, your yellow ribbon to say, I support the troops, right? Because if you don't love the war, if you don't love the troops being used by capitalism and by the military-industrial complex to play a fucking great game of chess in which all of us are the pawns, right? Then I guess you don't support the troops, do you? The other reason I'm doing a Bush Jr. accent is that I have just listened to a Destiny. So what Destiny brought in, I guess this is just a debate bro thing, right? I've seen a lot of this, right? When you can't get a debate with the person that you are talking about, right? The person that you are yelling about, then you bring in their supporters. You bring in their viewers. You get a debate. You can't get a debate with Vosh. You're going to debate a Vosh fan. You can't get a debate with Asmongold. You're going to debate Asmongold fans. So that's what Destiny's doing. The last one that he talked to had a southern accent. Sounds a lot like my family, actually. It's parts of my family. I don't know. It's hit or miss, Chad. It's really hit or miss. My maternal or my paternal grandmother was an English teacher. So although she came from the South, she was always trying to get some of those Southern isms out of the, her kids' speech and out of her grandkids' speech, just because she wanted us to have great success in the American system that might be precluded if our elocution was not up to standard. Our particular manner of elocution and communication must not match that of the stereotype of the Southern hick. So anyway, yeah, it's hit or miss as far as like what my family sounds like. Some of them sound real posh, real educated. Others of them sound like sound like that caller that called into Destiny that probably grew up like down the street from me. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, it was really frustrating. Destiny debating Asmongold callers. And look, as much as I said, like, he's right, largely versus Asmongold, it's so frustrating to listen to, right? Because he, in addition to being right, he's also a massive fucking hypocrite. Like, if he wants to yell about Asmongold contributing to the radicalization, the magnification of like non-political people, right? He's got to address his own bad behavior with Nick Fuentes. We'll get into that. I don't want to get too deep into that just yet, but we're going to be talking about, that today, the role that Destiny played in really bringing the right back that does not get talked about nearly enough. And I'll show you maybe some old stuff of Destiny, show you what I'm talking about. But yeah, we gotta go over the press conference itself. I know some of you want to chat if you're like, I don't want to see the press conference.
Super chatted $11.73. I can't decide if it was better to have neocon nerds who truly believed in their nonsense excuses, or this lot who are openly shouting their intentions with their imperialism unamused.
That's what. Thank you, Joel. You just redirected me to what I need to get to. And good point. Can't decide if it was better to have the neocon nerds who truly believed in their nonsense excuses, or this lot who's openly shouting their intentions with their, yeah. So in other words, back in the day, during the Bush administration, right, they wouldn't say it was about oil. They would, I mean, like, that was the protesters would run around with signs saying no blood for oil, right? But they wouldn't announce their intentions, right? It was all about freedom. Iraq deserves freedom. Somehow Saddam Hussein is responsible for the dispersal of weapons of mass destruction. So they tried to tie Saddam Hussein to Osama bin Laden, even though you really can't do that. And if you want to tie anybody to Osama bin Laden, as far as the reason that the United States is there in the first place, it'd be Bush Sr.
99 cents. As a Muslim New Yorker, I've been very hesitant to say that Trump was worse than Bush because the domestic stuff is comparable. Bush only thing didn't kill millions, but he's trying to prove me wrong.
Right, exactly. Yeah, no, I think that any hope of MAGA as an America First movement, or a president of peace, or what, all the bullshit that you hear from the MAGA nerds, right? I think that's been kind of proven wrong. And in addition to, like, any notion that there's a difference between and I've been saying this for years, chat. This has been a frustration of my my adolescence to early adulthood, right? Is that you've got these fuckers that vote for terrible politicians. First it was Bush, right? First it was Bush and his supporters. And you'd think that, like, after 8 years of Bush, massive failures in Katrina, massive failure in Iraq, the American people getting sick of war, reacquiring Vietnam syndrome, which his father fought to rid from the, American consciousness, right? Reacquiring, unfortunately, it didn't last that long. But then, okay, so you got Bush, and then you elect Obama, and then all of a sudden you got these, what are they called? Tea Party. They're Tea Party now. And they're like, we're not those Bush people. You can't blame us for the Iraq war. You can't blame us for any of the ridiculous shit that George W. Bush did. We are new guys. And they're not new guys. They're never new guys. They're always the same motherfuckers. I wish, chat, that we could sew a scarlet A, like Hester Prynne, into their fucking skin. Okay, that's not canon in Nathaniel Hawthorne's work, right? But I need some kind of identifying mark on their body every time they fuck up and elect a fucking maniac that ruins the country. I need a way to identify them, because I feel like I'm playing the goddamn shell game here. And they're like, oh no, those were other Republicans, right? We're Tea Party guys, right? We're totally different. Tea Party guys turn out to be full of shit. People get sick of their garbage, and then they turn around, no, we're MAGA now. No, these are neocons, chat, with red hats. That's what we got here. We got neocons that rebranded themselves by putting on a fucking MAGA. They're the same assholes. They're the same fucking assholes. And not only are they the same assholes, but they're assholes who haven't learned a goddamn thing from history, right? Which you could, goes back to, like, Vietnam and Korea and shit, right? Or Spanish-American War if you're Mark Twain, okay? Right? It goes way fucking back. There's a lot of examples of what's wrong with this kind of fucking, imperialist mindset, and yet it never fucking gets learned. It never gets learned. I talked a little bit about Vietnam syndrome. Basically, Vietnam syndrome was American voters after Vietnam, after the United States said that it was coming into a smaller country on a small mission to support the democratic government in the South and prevent the spread of communism, right? That was the stated intention. Mission creep, mission creep, mission creep. Now we're bombing Hanoi. We're bombing Laos. We are bombing Cambodia. We are creating the Khmer Rouge, right? Blowback. Or not blowback for us, but blowback, there's the Cambodian people that suffered from Pol Pot and his crew. Vietnam syndrome was after that happened. The American people, the combination of that and Richard Nixon being the last president to prosecute that, left a bad taste for war in the American people's mouth, right? And so when you try to be like, hey, we should go in and, there's another country that's susceptible to communism, let's go in and invade. American voters did not want to see that, did not want to hear that. The only kind of wars they could have were like Grenada, where, it's a short, defined mission. So George H.W. Bush in the Iraq War, part of the goal of that was to show the American people that you could have a good war, a war that didn't cost, tens of thousands of American lives, a war that did not, give the embarrassment of America being beaten by an insurgency in a small country that the American people don't think much of, right? You could have a war where you got a defined mission. Saddam's in Kuwait because we low-key told him that he could go in. He was our ally. He was our guy against Iran. And he's like, hey, can we go into Kuwait too? And we're like, yeah, go ahead. Go into Kuwait. And then they like fucking lower the boom on him, right? But the defined mission was to liberate Kuwait. They did that. They did, attack a little bit in Iraq, but they didn't invade Iraq, right? They did some war crimes too. But we won't speak about the highway of death today because I've got too many things I'm trying to cover already with the Vietnam syndrome. Anyway, Vietnam syndrome starts in Vietnam, is somewhat cured by the Gulf War, because the Gulf War was a short, seemingly successful endeavor of U.S. militarism, right? So it's like as if George H.W. Bush, from the CIA man, George H.W. Bush was saying, hey, Americans, adventurism can be cool, actually. Actually, it doesn't always have to be like Vietnam, right? But the thing that adventurism didn't do for H.W. was keep his numbers up, right? His numbers went sky high when he invaded, when he went into Kuwait, and they stayed pretty high for a while because, again, it's an American president, doing a major military endeavor that seems to be successful, seems to be just. Saddam Hussein, unambiguously a bad guy, it was wrapped up with a bow pretty quickly. Unfortunately, so was the benefit of the war presidency of George H.W. Bush. So he went from being sky high, right in the immediate aftermath, basking in the afterglow of the Gulf War, right, in the 90s. And then by the time that the election came around, people were more concerned about the economy. People weren't really thinking about, well, we can't lose this great president. Look at the awesome job he did in Iraq. They were thinking about, a lot of what they were thinking about was his promise for no new taxes and how he hadn't kept it. But anyway, he lost the 1992 election, and his son, take your kid to work day, right? You can see this in Oliver Stone's film W, which isn't exactly historical. It's more biographical. You know what I'm saying? He's playing a little loosely. Oliver Stone's playing a little loosely with the story, for the story in W. But, Bush did see his father win based on racism, right? Win based on the Willie Horton ads against Michael Dukakis, and then lose based on, in W's mind, the fact that he didn't finish the job. What was wrong with what Bush did? It didn't last long enough.
Super chatted $9.99. The Iraq syndrome kinda felt like it was BS. The focus was on the tragedy of the suffering of USA soldiers and how they damaged attempting to uplift ungrateful savages. Think American Sniper.
So Davy has brought us all the way to the Iraq War, right, in the 2000s. And yeah, there was a bad taste left in the mouth there. Let me get there, though. Let me get there. And thank you for the super chat. So yeah, you've got George W. Bush, learning the long lesson. George H.W. Bush trying to learn the lesson of Vietnam, trying to make a war that's not like Vietnam, that gives the American people a sense of success, but doesn't last very long. George W. watches that and says, actually the problem with this war was it didn't last very, very long. My dad didn't get to be a war president into, his if he'd been conducting the Iraq war, during his election, maybe people wouldn't have even thought of throwing his ass out, right? Maybe he wouldn't have gotten Jimmy Cartered, which is the most embarrassing thing, apparently, that can happen to a president. So he learns the wrong lesson. He learns the lesson of the Iraq, the Gulf War, without learning the lesson of the Vietnam War. and kind of does a war that does imbue the American people with somewhat of a reinvigorated Vietnam syndrome, or as Davy is calling it here, an Iraq syndrome, right? But, you know, if you're saying it feels like it was BS because people didn't learn a lesson, I'd say you're right. And I'm disappointed in Americans. We've got a lot of Americans, right? Gen Xers, millennials should at least have some memory of the, Iraq war. And they don't, right? They do not. And you can see this because the coverage and some of people's opinions over the invasion of Venezuela mirror the celebration at the quote unquote victory in Iraq, right? Iraq was taken as a victory. They pulled down the Saddam Hussein statue. There were a lot of Iraqis that were just celebrating. Yo, Joel, thank you for the 5 community subs. That's gonna start a hype train, possibly. We'll see. I don't know what the rules around hype trains are now, but some people just got. But yeah, thank you, Davy, for the comment and the super chat, and thank you, Joel, for the 5 gifted. Bean Transfer, you just got jellyfished. Hermit Monster, you just got jellyfished. Firebird 710, Old School NCC Chatter, you just got jellyfish. Gloomin Gamer, you just got jellyfish. And Trudy Maid, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Okay, so wait, I gotta add a few more things here. What am I missing? What am I missing? A lot, apparently. I'm also like thirsty. Chat, why does matcha dry my mouth out so much? In before somebody says it's because there's like literally a powder in it. But yeah, we're at 4 out of 10 as far as the butterfly goal goes. So we've got 6 more. If we can get 6 more super chats of the teal variety or higher, I will put a butterfly in my hair for the first time in a long time. I didn't read your other one here. As a Muslim New Yorker, I've been hesitant to say that Trump is worse than Bush because the domestic stuff is comparable. Bush is only... Domestic stuff is comparable. Bush only thing. TD didn't kill millions, but he's trying to... DT didn't kill millions, but he's trying to prove me wrong. Anyway, I'm trying to think of what I've still got to add. Let's see. Okay, so we add like 12, 22, 32, and 62. What? Did y'all kill the did y'all smash the bonus goal before the stream even started? That's wild. 62 is what I said, so this should say 103. I think. If anybody wants to check my math on that, you're welcome to do so. But yeah, look at that, 100. So yeah, this is the bonus goal. This tells us whether we get bonus content or not, and already it looks like we are. So make sure to vote if you haven't already. You're gonna find the vote over in the poll that's going on YouTube. But yeah, so anyway, Vietnam puts a bad taste in people's mouth. The Gulf War is H.W. Bush's attempt to cure Iraq War syndrome. The Iraq War is an opportunity for the neocons to take advantage of the blowback. Remember, why did the blowback happen? What did Osama bin Laden talk about? In terms of 9/11? He talked about the United States having troops stationed in Saudi Arabia. They were stationed in Saudi Arabia, one, to protect our Saudi allies who, aren't going to be able to hold off the Iraqi army's pretty tough, right? We armed it, so it should be very tough. I think the Soviets might have armed it before then too, because they had those Scud missiles and the MiG fighters. I don't know when the Soviet influence was going on there, probably pre-Saddam, I would guess, but Yeah, so and even if you want to take it one step further, right? What is Saddam being supported by the United States for? He's being supported by the United States to take out Iran, right? A country that the United States couped. And then, you know, the leadership that they're trying to take out is the revolutionary government that fought back against the US coup, right? So we arm Saddam Hussein, then we use him as an excuse. Holy shit, Joel, with the 5 more, that is a hype train level 2. Okay, well, so you look, Joel's getting the exclusive emotes. If you want to jump on that, Moni978, I believe, an old school NCC chatter, you just got jellyfish spam and eggs. You just got jellyfish watermelon weeb? Is that what it says? I can't read. Watermelon wish. Sorry, not weeb. Sorry for calling you a weeb. You are not a weeb. You just got jellyfish. Joey Aura, you just got jellyfish. Peck Waterworld, you just got jellyfish, and that's a good thing. Bin Laden did that because Will and Grace. Oh yeah, because there was too many gay people. They hate our freedom, right, Davi? They hate our freedom to be homosexual in our sitcoms. They had a gay man on a sitcom. They had a lesbian kiss. Yeah, that's what. But I don't know why I'm giving Bin Laden the George W. treatment too. But there we go. Well, I mean, look, that's the universality of hogs, right? Bin Laden is a hog from Saudi Arabia. George W. Bush, well, actually, not even a hog. I can't give him that. He sounds like a hog. He was raised in Texas, right? But a lot of the whole Bush family Texas act is really, God, this goes back to the beginning. Davy, do you know about this shit? Cowboys versus Yankees? Is that what it was called? What is this called? It's like a struggle in the CIA to as far as like factions in the CIA factions, Cowboys versus, oh, come on. Cowboys in the CIA. What was the other faction called? I can't fucking remember it. Cowboys and Nerds? Oh my God, Yankees, right? Cowboy and Yankee War is what it's called. Anyway, the CIA is comprised of fail sons and fail daughters. Mostly, that's where it started out as the OSS and really continued as. People that have influence in the CIA are the sons and daughters of capital. And you got different types, right? One is called the Yankees, right? The northeastern stock. And the would you call these people Brahmin? I don't know if the Brahmin thing connects to that. And an extra sub at $6. Wait, what happened? You're doing your best as a narwhal substitute here. Well, thank you, Joel. I appreciate that. The five more community subs. So this actually goes up to, I think, 133. Hopefully, I'm correct about that. But yes, one in chat if you know anything about the Cowboys. I'm not entirely sure about this, but I have a feeling that the Bushes moving to Texas was a way to ingratiate themselves to part of the Cowboys were oil money, okay? Like the people that we're talking about, factions within the CIA, they don't always agree about stuff. They had, kind of factions, different kinds of people from different kinds of money in the CIA. The original CIA was the Yankees, right? These are, northeastern capitalists, right? Ivy League educated and etc. And then you've got the oil money that starts to come in and have an influence, and that's the Cowboys. I would guess that the Bushes moving to Texas has something to do that. I missed a comment, but the numbers go up, I guess. Wait, what did I miss? Move to Texas came after George H.W. Bush had set up oil drilling parts stores in Compton, California. Before that, Connecticut. What did I miss? And an extra sub at $6. Wait, that's what I... Okay, I think that should balance... Oh, yeah, 10... Okay. For $10-ish super chats. You gotta understand that my Twitch window is like this big. I'm down to one screen, and there's not a lot... Wait. I think that should balance it out. For $10-ish super chats... And 10... Okay, there we go. Hype Train coming in at level 3. And if you're Joel, you got some of those exclusive emotes. If not, try next time. Remember, when there's a Hype Train, that's a good time to sub. That's a good time to gift subs. That's a good time to throw bits, because you will literally get extra emotes for that, right? And if you're gonna re-up your sub anyway, or you were gonna gift a sub anyway, at some point it's a good time to do that. But yeah, Joel's cleaning up on that hype chest. See, like right now, I literally can't see anything because there's a big Hype Train completed window. Come on, there we go. For $10 super chats and 10 subs at $6. Oh, okay. Wait, what did I miss? I'm still trying to... Wait, so you're saying the Bushes lived in southern SoCal? Did you see the throne donation? Yes, I did. I did see that. I did count that. And I feel like now I'm like trying to figure out if I'm like missing something.
At Devicliff super chatted $9.99. It was oil versus banking money. The Bushes was kinda marrying the two factions together since Pappy was an absolute northern eastern technocrat at heart. He expelled the Birches in CIA.
Bars. Yeah. I'm like vaguely aware that something was going on there, but I think Davy put it in like words that we can all understand. So yeah, it's a marriage of the Cowboys and the Yankees, right? That the Bushes moving to Texas represents, and then you get, you know, you're also like, I don't know, what would you call it? Like you're like dipping the you're dipping the old money East Coast you know, family members in barbecue sauce, right? It's like barbecue wings or something, right? You dip it in you get that flavor on them, and then America does not recoil at like, I don't want this East Coast, you know, guy that thinks he's smarter than me leading the country, or you know, I don't know. It's less of an issue in the CIA, but you know, remember the Bushes are trying to move from their, you know, position in national intelligence to a familial political dynasty, which they had for a little while. I think it's fine. Sorry for complicating it. I don't know. I think I'm just like overwhelmed with shit, including, you know, recent world events. LA Standard Oil was based there. Yankee Brain and the Cowboy Heart. Yeah. That's what we got going on with the Bushes, right? And you can see, you know, the son, W, in trying to redeem himself. Because remember, W is not the favored son. Jeb is the favored son. They love Jeb. They want big things for Jeb. But Bush Jr., W, ends up winning, kind of defying expectations in 2000, right? Because, look, if you looked at George W. Bush as a candidate, I always talk about how Donald Trump, everything he's touched turns to shit. Bush is a fail son too, and it's really fucking easy to see. It's really easy. You could see Bush coming a mile away. That this was a shithead president, and I think America knew it because he wasn't that popular at first. He was only popular after 9/11. Rally around the flag, support our troops. Now he's popular, right? But only for a little while. And he ends up spoiling Jeb's chances probably in the way. So yeah, we got a whole fucking 118 plus the throne dono. Okay, so what am I missing here? It should say 23. 43, I think is what it should say, according to Magenta. I think that's right. 143. But yeah, like I said, war never changes. People, unfortunately, don't seem to learn lessons very well, whether it's the lessons from the Vietnam War or whether it's the lessons from the Iraq invasion. And I don't think Trump learned the lessons either, because what he seems to be trying here is some kind of weird fusion between HW and W's strategy, right? So Trump went in with a mission that was immediately completed, although you could kind of say that for W too, right? The initial Iraq war was seen as a success in terms of eliminating the Saddam Hussein regime and the Ba'ath Party. It did the job. It was only the peace that they were unable to win, that they were unable to secure, and where things end up going to a worse place than they were when Saddam was president. Saddam Hussein's not a good guy. He's a fucking U.S. asset. Of course he's not a good guy, right? Just like Maduro's not a good guy. You know, he probably lost that last election and he pulled a Donald Trump, only he was successful. Trump has got more of the Riz than Bush. I mean, back in the day, Jerry, Bush had Riz. Bush was, you know, until people realized how dumb he was, Bush had Riz, I guess. Pappy was the absolute operator, real beast in intelligence world. Thank God. Why didn't he have Reagan assassinated, Davy? That's my question, all right? Some people say that H.W. Pappy. Oh, so sorry, Pappy. We're talking. When you say Pappy, you mean H.W., right? Because there's also Prescott. You don't mean Prescott, the guy that funded or you know, like worked with the Nazis, right? But you're talking about H.W. as Pat. Yeah, I guess that is who they call Pappy. What Prescott is like Grandpappy, maybe. But yeah, like some people say that George H.W. Bush had something to do with Kennedy's assassination. I can't show you, support. I can't show you the proof of that because there is none, right? But people do say it. They did try with Reagan. That's right. Somebody tried with Reagan. Reagan was, there was an attempted assassination against Ronald Reagan by a fan of, was it Jodie Foster? This guy that was obsessed with an actress. I can't remember who it was. Maybe, was it Jodie Foster? Obsessed with an actress and, kind of stalks her, maybe plans to do something like to kill her. It was Jodie Foster? Okay. And then, just like the Thomas Crooks, right? Who was just looking around like, hey, Chuck Schumer, what political guy is coming near to where I live that I can shoot, and it happened to be Trump, right? Yeah. So somehow this what is his name? John Hinckley? Am I remembering it right? John Hinckley Jr. or something? Maybe I don't know. I could be wrong about that. But he ends up trying to assassinate Ronald Reagan instead. Ton of proof of HW being connected to the JFK assassination. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw in Bobby. Although people will throw in Bobby. Not the Bobby we know, chat. Not RFK Jr., RFK Sr., the actual RFK. Hinckley was his name. Recently paroled and now posts music on YouTube. What the fuck? Are you serious? Hinckley posts music on YouTube? Is that even right? He was paroled for good behavior? Oh God, there's a Hassan video on this too. On the Asmongold thing. I don't know. Chat, it's gonna be a miracle if we can get this covered. And there's other shit that I'm not covering today because of the priorities. Wait, is his name John Hinckley? Yeah, music. I'm not being trolled, right? This isn't, oh my God. Is this real? Anyway, let's move to this screen. Regardless, let me see if I can find window. Oh my god, I can't do it. Window to open. There he is, chat. It's real. It's real. It's the guy that that attempted to assassinate Ronald Reagan. Original. So wait, it's. We're probably gonna have better luck. It looks like it's all original music too. I have no mouth, and I must not, and I must scream. Never-ending quest. Yeah, he's still trying to get Reagan. Okay, wait. There's an official music video. I don't know. This one looks like one he might copyright claim for. I don't know if the official music video is like the one I should click on, or if we should just go with him sings original song, Majesty of Love. Okay. Wait, he's getting views, chat. He's getting views on this. 5 years ago, he's almost 500,000. Wait, is he good? Is that why is he getting views because he's good, or is he getting views because he is a political assassin? An attempted. G, C, back to G. Is that E minor? C. Okay, well, I mean, that answers my question, chat. It's not his skills, let's just say. It's literally because he almost changed history. That's why it's going on. Oh my god, chat, you can barely see me right here. I'm in between. I'm trapped between a rock and a hard place. We got John Hinckley Jr. and we got Vivek Ramaswamy. But anyway, I give you a little intro into what we're going, my frustrations with Americans and their inability to learn anything from history. Most of us don't know history, and you got a lot of people that don't know shit about anything, even about politics, history, or anything, that are having real strong, heartfelt opinions and want you to know those opinions, right? And Asmongold is the rat. He's the rat king that's leading the Irene dad? Is that my dad? Oh my god, come on. My dad has more riz than that. He is an old white man, but he a little different. Boring old white man music. My dad probably could play guitar better too. I don't know. He's not like a musician or anything, but he learned like 2 songs when he was a teenager or something. Still plays them. But yeah, there he is. And here we are. So yeah, we're going to be talking about, we're going to take a look at the Trump, the press conference. I want to show you that because, Trump falls asleep. Trump falls asleep at his own press conference here. So I want to make sure we don't miss that. And then, we're going to jump into the whole conflict between Asmongold and Destiny. And yeah, we're going to have to kind of focus on the Venezuela stuff, because that's what's frustrating me, that's what's grinding my gears, and we don't have time to go into, like, Destiny also tried, they went back and forth on the Minnesota thing as well. Can he play Spain? Wait, which, like, by Miles Davis, or wait, or am I thinking of something else entirely? Sketches of Spain is the Picture of Maduro was crazy. Wait, which one? Where he's in handcuffs? Put my 10 subs and yellow super chat. Split 50-50 on Alex versus Candace. Alex Jones versus Candace. And video games. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. So that's gonna break down to like what, 56? Oh wait. Alex Jones versus Candace and video games? Okay, yeah, I think you're right. 35 sounds about right. Okay, so 35 on so let me show you what we're doing here, chat. Get Hinckley out of the way. So yeah, this is the bonus content. I program the first half, the free half, right? And that's gonna be Trump and his stupid speech, and then falling asleep, and then Asmongold versus Destiny, right? You get the chance to program the second half, the free half, right? Or even decide whether it happens or not, which you've decided, yes, it is happening today, chat. It is happening. If we're gonna bring this in a little bit more. Take a look at this. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh my god, chat, we almost got butterfly status last stream. Yeah, we're at 5 out of 10 on the butterfly goal. Oh my god, if I could click the right one and make that 5 out of 10. So that's the one that decides whether I put a butterfly in my hair today or not, right? I've got the butterfly right here. I'm ready to go there. I don't want to wait. And these are the options, right? These are the options for the bonus goal. So, that is, I gotta close that one down. I keep on pulling up the yesterday or like 2 days ago chat instead of this chat. There we go. Here's today chat. All right, look at that, 67%. Like so, 66 of you have voted so far. Of those 66, 67% are choosing this one, Alex Jones versus Candace Owens. But why does it say 0% on it? Well, because I haven't put Davi's dono on there yet. So you, just like Davi, sorry, this is Joel's dono. Davi has not, I don't think, spoken yet about the bonus content, but yeah, you have a chance, just like Davi does there, to add a little extra, right? So, you know, we got the bonus poll going on YouTube right now. At the end of the stream, I'll add up the bonuses for the bonus. There's too many bonus. There's too much bonus. It's confusing. But anyway, you can add extra percentage to the topic of your choice by, when you donate, telling me which of these topics that you want to see, and I'll add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. At the end of the stream, that'll get added to the overall vote total, and it might swing things, or it might not, because right now it looks like we got 66% of you voting for Alex Jones versus Candace, or I guess Mandus, as he is trying to convince people that she is worthy of transvestigation. Seems a little bit racist, maybe. I don't know. I mean, it's Alex Jones we're dealing with here, right? It's Alex Jones. But anyway, yeah, that's at 66%. Second place, way down at 18%, is MR Majority Report going over Vivek defending JD Vance's wife, right? Vivek is trying to defend JD Vance's wife, Usha, since JD will not. JD doesn't want to get Nick Fuentes mad at him. So, you know, he's kind of he's kind of sitting back on the issue of the politicization of his wife's ethnicity and religion, whereas Vivek is actually you know, at Turning Point USA, which, god damn it, how long does that shit last? How long does Amfest last? There's like more and more shit coming out from it. I thought it was over. How long is Amfest? Anyway, it's like Woodstock or something, chat, for chuds. That's in second place. Third place, we got Mr. Beast does Gamergate in Minecraft. What is that about? Yeah. You might have heard of it, right? Mr. Beast made an event for 1,000 female players to fight or vie against 1,000 male players, and it went terrible, especially if you're on the girls' team, right? In so many ways, it went terrible. So if you want to see more about what went on there, Nazis might have snuck onto the girls' team using AI deep fakes to try to, and then even after that, like, who got yelled at for it? Trans people, right? Like the players started yelling at the trans people as if they were, in league with the people making obsidian dicks and swastikas on the server. Anyway, it's a total mess, and another fail for Mr. Beast. How many fails can he have? I don't know, but that's in third place. Fourth place, we got Clavicular Mogging MAGA. That is him making fun of JD Vance for not being an alpha male, and also making fun of Michael Knowles for being so obsessed with trans people. Classic internet stuff, indeed. Okay, so I think I've explained all this, right? You've got time to vote, until we're done with the content. You can keep voting for one of these topics. You can also donate for the topic of your choice just by letting me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, and I'll actually add extra percentage of your donation to the overall vote total. So, there's a way that you can put your thumb on the scale just a little bit. You can also say Vox Populi if you don't want to put your thumb on the scale. If you want to reverse put your thumb on the scale and say, hey, well, let's just have whatever people vote for, you say Vox Populi, and that'll re-emphasize the vote and de-emphasize the donos, right? And you could also do what Davy Cliff did by saying, I want to put my money towards video games. By saying, put my money towards video games. So this one gets 35, which puts it, oh my God, chat. I owe you 2 video game streams. And I have a, look, as much as I want to finish Soul Hackers, like I started to watch the new season of Fallout, and I kind of want to play that too, especially since war never changes. They have the worst jokes, conservatives. Yeah, true. So anyway, that's how that works. We can like I said, I program the first half. You get to program the fun half. If we get to 100, then I'll do the top choice on the poll combined with the bonus, right? I'll add I'll add the 2 numbers up at the end of the stream, and we'll do the top 2. If we get to 300, it'll be top 3. If we're, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we can be here for a while if you want to, if you're up for it. Rosie Pansino cracking a bottle of aged malt whiskey being vindicated. That Mr. Beast is a piece of shit. Absolutely. Sure, Vance would have beaten his jaw with a hammer. If he was 15 years younger, he'd do anything. Yeah, JD Vance is just like, bend me, shape me any way you want me. Just like turn me into a vessel for your politics, Peter Thiel. But anyway, this number goes up every time you do a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership on YouTube, right? It goes up if you contribute to my Throne account, which right now I am trying to crowdsource a better computer. And actually, Magenta, thank you. I saw your DM earlier. Magenta's got some ideas of where I might be able to go to get computer parts to try to refurbish my computer before it becomes absolutely obsolete. Since it can only run Windows 10, I need to be able to somehow run Windows 11. So I'm gonna need to buy a new computer. If you want to help me do that, you can do so on Throne. It also counts if you support me on Patreon, which, if you support me at the $5 level or above, you get a shout out at the beginning and ending of every stream. So I'm gonna do those in a minute. It also works if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. You hook your Amazon account to your Twitch account, and you get a free sub to use on any streamer that you want. If that happens to be me, you'll get my emotes. You'll get the ability to rewind the VOD should you choose to do so, and you'll get my undying appreciation. Right. You can also buy yourself a sub for.
Super chatted $5.82. Will we get a butterfly today?
Will we get a butterfly today? It looks like we're at 7 right now. Wait, I put the gold down wrong. It should say 7, not. Oh my god. Let's try to fix that. That's the question, right? Because we're definitely getting some bonus content today. For sure. Is that Garbage Lyrics? I don't know where I got that from. Oh, the band Garbage. I thought you were saying those were Garbage Lyrics. I was like, I didn't make them. But no, you maybe you know more about you know more of what I'm talking about than I do in this particular instance. But yeah, based. We're gonna get into that in not too long. You could also get yourself a sub on Twitch. It costs $6. It's kind of expensive compared to YouTube, I guess, but you get animated emotes. So for some people, it seems to be worth it. For I guess maybe the majority of people, it seems to be worth it to get a Twitch sub. But or if you gift subs or throw bits my way, any of that counts towards this and helps makes me stay on longer. Which when are you gonna play? Whoa, what? Metaphor New Vegas? Is that a mod, SM? Is that some kind of mod? We did start on Metaphor ReFantazio without finishing it. Luckily, I didn't pay anything for the game because it was on Game Pass. But I paid the Game Pass fee. I guess I did pay something for it, but you know what I mean. How can you resist the weasels and the jellyfish when they're emoted? Yeah, right. Or when they're emoted, when they're a little animated. That's what I'm trying to say. Playing New Vegas while listening to the stream. Yeah, I want to play New Vegas too, and I owe you some video game streaming. We do have a hard out today, chat. Let me check on that. Oh my god, I hate it. I hate it. Oh my god, we gotta go. We gotta go. I didn't realize how late I was. Okay. I'm gonna try to get as much of this content done as I can. And if any of the bonus content doesn't get done today, I'll make up for it tomorrow. I do have Thai class tonight. It should say 1:49. Thank you, Magenta, for keeping me up on that. All right. With that, chat, we better get to Trump. We better get to Trump as quick as we can, because otherwise I'm gonna run out of time, and I hate doing that. So, and yeah, you're probably gonna get some Fallout soon. I need to play some video games. Part of me wants escapism. I realize that's a wrong impulse, and that we can't let video gaming take up time for politics streaming, but also I need to self help. What are the words that I'm trying to call for here? Mental wellness, I think, would be helped by playing some video games at some point. I don't know. We'll see, chat. We'll see. Anyway, I've got no time for that shit right now. I gotta go on to the next episode. And that episode is... Yes, that's right, chat. We're gonna... The musical stylings of a attempted political assassin. Wow, that's some edgy shit. People think it's edgy to wear Charles Manson shirts. Nah. John Hinckley, if you bought his merch and rocked it unironically, that would be edgy. But regardless, chat, regardless, we got to get to that press conference. Good old DJT.
Conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II.
I really thought he was going to name some, assault no one's ever seen since, I don't know, Harvey Weinstein or something. That was John Hinckley, yeah. Haven't seen since Hitler. I thought he was literally going to talk about some assault we've never seen since Russell Brand. Anyway, not a funny joke, but What am I trying to do? I'm trying to change it to Trump falls asleep. He falls asleep, chat, at his own press conference. Spoiler. All right. So we're gonna watch what he has to say. Then we're gonna watch a little bit of Hegseth. What we got? Hegseth. We got little Marco the boy, Marco Rubio, coming up celebrating. This is kind of Marco's birthday present for playing nice with MAGA. Right? He gets to invade Venezuela. This has been a priority. He would really like to invade Cuba next. That for his next trip, he would love to flip the government of Cuba. We will see if that ends up happening. Cuba is somewhat isolated now with the U.S. Taking over in Venezuela. Anyway, let's.
It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American.
Yeah, that's right. So you see Marco on there. We also got Hegseth, and then we got, who's the other guy? Raising Cane. Raising Cane. Herman Cain. I don't know. Is it Herman Cain? No, it's not Herman Cain. Herman Cain is somebody else. Who's Raising Cane, Chad? I can't remember his name, but he's some guy. He's some general they got named Cain. And they love him.
Military might and competence in American history. And if you think about
Raising Cane says illegal order. We don't see no illegal order here.
We've done some other good ones like the attack on Soleimani.
Some other of my greatest hits. Some other of my violations of international law. Let's like
the attack on al-Baghdadi and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer.
So thank you for reminding who the fuck Herman Cain was. As TEDx says, Herman Cain died of COVID by going unmasked at a Trump rally at the height of COVID. I forgot. After claiming that it was a hoax. Yeah.
All perfectly executed and done.
Rubio's like the most annoying teammate in the RTS games.
No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time.
Right. And this is really important to say because other nations don't live with the kind of impunity that the global hegemon enjoys, right? Other nations would have to worry more about the international reaction. Other nations, were they to kidnap a fucking leader of another country, might find that nations were allying against them. And they might find themselves at the wrong end of another kind of invasion. But no, the United States, we're the only nation that can do it. He's right. We're the only nation that can just flout the entire world. Or can we? I don't know, chat, because this is it's not just an attack on Venezuela, it's an attack on China as well, and we'll get into how that is.
All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were low.
It was a dark and stormy night in Caracas. General Raising Cane was there with his troops and
largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York, it's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. That's reminding me of something, chat. What is it though? Dr. Disrespect. Speed. Violence. Momentum, is that what it is?
Return to the front line. But if you lose,
Calm down,
you're
Doc.
done here.
360's guy, get it.
Oh god, this feels so gross playing this pedophile guy. No, he had a quote, right? Violent speed momentum, is this it? Oh no, that's a song. Somebody fucking remixed his shit. Yeah, there it is, maybe.
Violence! Speed! Momentum!
And I won't curse you by showing his face again, but yeah. Yeah, apparently President Trump is a fan of the Doctor.
You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some
I wonder if Dr. Disrespect was on that island with Trump.
raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in...
Okay, let's remind us really quick that Jimmy Carter was unable to get the hostages back in Iran because Ronald Reagan told the Iranians to not let them go. Ronald Reagan did treason, just like Nixon had done treason during Vietnam. Now, granted, right? The United States was on the wrong side of history when it came to Iran, and obviously with Vietnam as well. I'm not a fucking LBJ stan over here, right? Or a Hubert Humphrey stan. But yeah, no, they absolutely, this is a thing that Republicans do. They go behind America's back and they negotiate with the enemy in a way that's in their interest and the interest of our enemies, but not in the interest of the American people. Also, what else? Afghanistan. Yeah, speaking of negotiation, not in the interest of, well, really anyone, especially anyone in Afghanistan, Donald Trump surrendered to the Taliban, wrote terms without even consulting the so-called government in Afghanistan, right? Donald Trump gave away the country to the freaking Taliban, right? He did it, and then he didn't even enact the withdrawal. So Biden, now it's the hot potatoes in Biden's hand, and surprise, surprise, the withdrawal was fucking messy. Yeah. You don't say that when you try to impose a new government on a country, and then you fucking do the worst negotiations in the world and the worst planned pullout that it looks ugly. But this guy didn't even have the guts to fucking do that. He didn't even have the guts to do his own negotiated Afghanistan pullout. So anyway,
collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far, with capability.
I'm sorry, most lethal? Most lethal? Is that what you're gonna say? Is that what we're hearing from the right side of the political spectrum? Because that sounds familiar, chat. Most lethal military. Where did I hear that before?
And America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
There you get it. And you wonder why people aren't excited in voting in elections. You wonder why people aren't excited. It doesn't matter who you vote for, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, you still get the most lethal military in the world. And you're going to see a bunch of those Kamala Harris allies. You're going to see a lot of mainstream media figures celebrating, clapping up, glazing up Donald Trump for this fucking illegal bullshit, right? We literally can't vote against it. You got one military industrial complex candidate or the other one. You don't have the choice of none. You don't have the choice of no more fucking wars, right? You don't have the choice of like, hey, I don't want any more fucking blowback that we know that you're going to use it as a pretext for the next war, right? We've been through this shit, chat. The disaster in Vietnam, where, you know, Americans kind of learned their lesson, and then George H.W. Bush, you know, fools people into thinking, oh no, actually military adventurism can be really good with Iraq. That causes blowback in the form of 9/11, which then allows Bush's son to do the Iraq war, even though Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with it. Right, the connection there is Saudi Arabia, right? Because the United States had troops stationed in Saudi Arabia. That was part of what pissed off, bin Laden, and more importantly, gave him the ability to recruit the hijackers, right? That was because of the Gulf War in the 90s, that you had a 9/11 event, a mass casualty event in New York and Washington and Pennsylvania, and then this gets used to do another Iraq war for George W. Bush to finish what his daddy did not finish, to finish the job. And here we go again, chat. Here we go again. We learn nothing. And that's the Kamala Harris clapped. I gave Trump Kamala's applause. There we go.
Skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have, and you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela.
They don't, especially not fentanyl. All right, maybe a little bit of cocaine, but no, not the drugs that are killing people.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as the great people of Venezuela.
You can't say that that's what we're all about after announcing that it's about oil. All right, that's the one thing, the one place where you can give, the Bushes flowers, is they never admitted it was about oil. For George H.W. Bush, it was about defending freedom, right? And the rules-based order where, smaller countries shouldn't get invaded by a bigger country. And for W, it was about the weapons of mass destruction, the potential nuclear, capability of Iraq. Sound familiar? Yeah, that's what they used on Iran. Neither of these states have nukes, but, it doesn't fucking matter. But yeah, Donald Trump has straight up said the quiet part out loud. Why is our oil buried in their country? We need to get that back.
Is that happening?
But, and again, just notice the similarities, right? Saddam Hussein was a bad man. He's a horrible guy. He was an ally of the U.S. in the war against in the Iraq-Iran war. We supported him. We funded him. You can find pictures of Donald Rumsfeld, a Bush administration, W. Bush administration official, shaking hands with him back in the 80s. But now he's a bad man because he invaded Kuwait, and now we have Maduro, who's a bad man for what? Well, Maduro had an election and he lost. and he didn't leave power. Where have we heard that before? It's a good thing we don't have that kind of shit happening in the United States, right? It's a good thing that we've never had a political, like a president lose an election and then try to cheat his way into staying in office, right? You know what? You know why Trump's mad at Maduro? Because Maduro is a more successful version of him. Maduro did what he and Bolsonaro tried and failed at doing and stayed on despite losing an election. And there's more reasons than that Maduro is a piece of shit. But just remember, when they try to sell this, these wars with like, well, yeah, this is a bad guy. Do you support the dictator? Do you support the dictator? Nobody fucking supports the dictator, okay? But we're not going to make the assumption that people did in Iraq when we saw Iraqis pulling down the statue of Saddam Hussein that, oh, well, looks like America's created peace in the world. It's all done and dusted, right? Everything's going to go well from then on. No, you had more blowback. Where did ISIS come from? It came from the United States invading Iraq. Where did the 9/11 come from? It came from the United States invading, Iraq and Kuwait and stationing troops in Saudi Arabia in the previous conflict in the Gulf War of the 90s, right? Time after time we see this, and no one ever learns the lesson.
The proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place.
So yeah, when I was watching this, when it happened, right, I probably should have been asleep, but I watched it live. I was, at first thinking, okay, well, it's a limited engagement. He's taken Maduro out. It sounds like they've compromised the rest of the Venezuelan government, and they're just going to let them do whatever they want. And that's that. But at least the military aspect of that is over. At least the, you're not going to have a drawn out occupation and insurgency. But there you go. So the United States is gonna run it. The United States is gonna run. They're gonna run things. Okay. Well, it kind of sounds like starting to sound a little bit like Iraq, actually.
As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a total bust for a long period of time.
Oh, yeah. Like, imagine that. When you put sanctions on a country so they can't sell their oil, it's a funny thing that the less of that oil comes out, right? When you put, sanctions that immiserate and disable a country, it's a funny thing that they're not able to get as much oil out, right? Amazing how that works.
They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared.
So listen to what he's saying here, right? Listen to where the money's going. The money is going to go to the Venezuelan people, right? Because, it's their oil. But the money's also going to go to us. The oil is going to go to us. The oil is going to go to our company. The oil is going to pay for the operations in Venezuela, but it's also going to make life better in Venezuela because it's going to go to them. And it's going to... Does this sound a little bit like the tariffs bullshit to you? Does this sound a little bit like the tariffs are going to go to pay down the national debt? Oh, okay, great. So the debt will be lower. Well, I'm also going to send out, stimulus checks because I'm losing my election. I'm losing the midterms, and that's the only thing I can think of. The most popular policy I ever pursued was a stimulus check during COVID. Almost what could be viewed as almost like a New Deal policy, a very out of line policy, a very, so one might call it a welfare state policy, right? So we're going to try that trick again. It's like he just lies. He just lies. He promises. When somebody's promising something to like 5 different people, you kind of know they're lying. You kind of know that they're lying, unless you're stupid enough to be like, no, he's lying to those other people, but he's telling the truth to me, right? He's not going to pay down the deficit, but he's going to send me that stimmy check, and that's going to be good. He's not like, I don't know. This is
Prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas.
I heard somebody say Cartel de Sons. Solas, I'm guessing, is Spanish for sons. As anybody come up with anything about this? Because the last I checked, this cartel does not exist, right? He told us before it was about Tren de Aragua. This guy is so full of shit.
Which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship they'll be heading to, ultimately, New York. And then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have...
So here's the deal. There is like a warrant, I guess, for Maduro. It says the wackiest shit on it, though. You know, they're talking about narco trafficking, right? That Maduro himself was the, you know, was the trafficker, and then also something about machine guns and conspiracies. I think these are laws from like the 1920s. These are like Prohibition era laws. The you know, with the machine guns and stuff. This is chat. This is not something that you'd charge Nicolas Maduro, with, right? This is something that you would charge Scarface with, right? Like machine guns and narco trafficking. This is Scar. Do you think that Nicolas Maduro is Scarface? Because I kind of don't think so. I don't think that's true.
People where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law, and I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like...
But the reason that he's talking about maybe moving the trial to Miami is this. I don't think that he can get a conviction of the fucking kangaroo court shit that he's charging Maduro with, right? I think any rational court would throw that shit the fuck out. I don't even know. Like, I mean, you probably get an indictment, but that's it, right? And you know, the DOJ's record's not great on this kind of stuff. But I think the reason that they got like Miami as a backup plan, it must be because they're thinking of a jury trial, and they want to get, you know, Cuba Libres. They want to get you know, right-wing Cuban exiles, you know, on that jury to try to, you know, railroad him. That's the only thing I can think of with the Miami connection there.
This could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over, in particular, the United States. Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide, and he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they called police. They were brutal, but they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago, a little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average, 2 a week in Washington.
The movie President LARPing again, yeah, whether it's the danger of Washington, D.C. streets, which of course it's a big city, so there's crime, including violent crime there, right? But actually at a lower level than a lot of the red state cities. Or whether it's this, the shit about Tren de Aragua, right? What we've got is, I don't know. How do you say this? Like almost a regime of thought. I'm not just talking about Trump here. I'm talking about the way that Americans think, where it's started to reject any authority, any facts, any objective reality in favor of vibes. And if I can say this is the case and people will nod their heads, then it is indeed the truth, right? What is the truth? It is the story that I can sell. And we're seeing this from Trump, just like we're seeing this from Asmongold. We'll get to the Roach King in a bit, Chad. I'm so frustrated. I'm trying to do a shorts stream along with this because this is just the kind of thing that Shorts loves. And fuck me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't express my frustration on stream, but if you notice I'm a little bit pissed off, it's not just Trump that's pissing me off.
Capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're walking their daughters. They're walking their...
There was never an issue where the restaurants were closed out of danger.
Children, their wives, they walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know. And
do you know who got beat up in Washington, D.C.? The one person? Big Balls. Big Balls. The guy from Doge, right? The 19-year-old from Doge. He was walking to his car, and apparently the man was accosted by a roving gang of 14-year-olds. So that was the danger that Trump had to send in the military to. And those 14-year-olds they're off the streets now. They've gone home to their parents. They're not roving gangs. They're not beating up like Trump administration officials. Also, isn't there like some kind of security for that? Is there some kind of the inflatables one? I mean, that'd be really scary. To Big Balls would run if there's a gang of inflatables accosting him.
We're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime.
But yeah, Ghastly's referring to the fact that that the courts have ordered that the Trump deployment of troops is illegal. I think in all cities besides Washington. They've said that Chicago and Portland and what was it, L.A. They've announced a great success there, and they're pulling the troops out because mission accomplished. Nothing to do with the court order forcing you to pull those troops out.
We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And
that's a freshly pulled out of ass statistic. That statistic, chat, is dripping with Trump's diarrhea because he pulled it fresh out of his ass, right? Oh, look at what have I got here? 77%. Here, let me wipe the shit off. Let me wipe the shit stain off of it so I can read it. Oh no, sorry, 72%. 72%. It looked like 77, but it, you know, turns out it was actually there's just some diarrhea over the lower half of the two.
The governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana, and we have done that. And it was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing, and we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped.
I can't imagine why American governors would not want a standing army in their streets. I can't fucking imagine why nobody would want that. Yo, Ghastly, thank you for becoming a weird champ. Wait, I can't tell if that was a gifted or no. That's Ghastly becoming a sponsor. Congratulations. Yeah, 77 right out of his ass.
As you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster, and the mayor was a disaster. But it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there when they need us. We'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fire.
Gee, I wonder if that might be an official that is looking for a appointment in the Trump administration. Gee, I wonder if that might be somebody with that might be a Republican cop with a, you know, greater career in mind, right? This is the thing. Anytime you see somebody glazing up Trump, right, and you're scratching your head, what's going on there? Yeah, it's probably corruption. It's probably more corruption.
That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital.
Because it's the one place that you're actually allowed to send troops according to the court, right? That's the one place that we can play army. It's the one place that we can waste taxpayers' dollars having the military pick up trash. Pick up fucking trash. Because they don't have the ability to do law enforcement. They have the ability to stand there with their thumbs up their ass, looking stupid as fuck. They have the ability to be fucking embarrassed to be part of this fucking banana republic regime. But only in the nation's capital, because we are not giving Washington, D.C. what we should give it, which is autonomy. The ability to run itself instead of being at the behest of the Congress or the president. Anyway,
from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua, and they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst. They say
this is crazy, chat. You got this guy giving a fucking narrative on Tren de Aragua. They were everywhere. They were in DC. They were in Colorado. Nobody's ever seen one. Nobody's fucking ever seen one. The one guy that you tried to say was Tren de Aragua had like random tattoos on his, or no, that was MS-13, chat. I almost forgot, right? Was it the guy with the autism awareness tattoo? I think that's who it was, right? You see how these fuckers identify Tren de Aragua, right? Like, oh yes, that autism awareness tattoo right there. That's a Trinidad Aragua. They're doing bad things. They want awareness towards autism. Anyway, chat, it's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. Nobody's seen that. Nobody's seen. He can't point to who fucking lives he saved. He can't point to people that were killed by Maduro's evil drug running, right? He can't point to anything. It's just this vague notion of like fentanyl is a drug that that has caused many overdoses, and it comes from somewhere to the south of the United States. It goes through the southern border, right? So it must be that since Venezuela is to the south of the border, it's from Venezuela. There we go. We know where it's fucking from, right? The precursors get shipped in from China, and the drug itself gets created in Mexico. The part of the drug that isn't being that isn't coming from the United States itself. And then American citizens actually are tasked with the drug mule aspect of getting into the country, right? It's coming into the country, but it's not coming from Trinidad Aragua. It's coming from American citizens, right? That want to make a little money bringing something into the United States. But we know this, right? But it doesn't matter because Trump can fucking sell this idea that Maduro is in his drug lab. Like, right, he's dressed up like Scarface. He's in his drug lab. He's mixing up this big vat of fentanyl and he's pouring it into these little bottles and like, yeah, send it out to kill more Americans. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, he pardons the guy that bragged about shoving cocaine up the nose of the gringos, right? He pardoned the president of Honduras, who actually was doing drug trafficking, actually was convicted of those crimes. And then he gets a pardon from Trump because I heard that was very unfair what happened to him. We only like to convict fake criminals. We only like to convict innocent people, never any guilty people, because Trump himself is fucking guilty. Yes, this is the camaraderie of the accused, or in this case, the camaraderie of the villainous scum.
First, Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn.
We gotta stop this shit. Democrats should have done something to prevent the fucking Laken Riley Act from passing, because this is the thing that allowed, ICE to just like literally be like, that person looks brown, that person doesn't, they don't look like they're from around here. Let's get them, right? Like this just the probable suspicion is like allowing them to arrest and detain people, right? And it's the same fucking shit. Yeah. Was Laken Riley's murder horrible? Yeah, absolutely. But he's just like, every time somebody gets horribly murdered, we're going to let Trump do what he wants. We got to get past this. Yeah. Actual Scarface, just fine. Yeah. They are creating jobs for America as drug mules. Exactly.
What happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Trinidad Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people.
That bridge is forever changed. God damn. This is so obviously bullshit. Everything that comes out of his mouth is just a giant he's pulling a giant turd out of his mouth and everybody's like, oh, wow, the president's really making some good points here. Let's see,
Happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails.
Hannibal Lecter.
The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons, a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States.
Everybody bad, nobody good. We send everybody good and nobody bad. Which do you like, good things or do you like bad things? Because here in the Trump administration, we're doing all the good things. We're getting rid of all the bad things. So if you want to It's so fucking ridiculous. Americans are fucking mentally incapacitated. I don't know if it's long COVID or what. We are so fucking cooked, chat. And I'm talking about our brains. I'm talking about our fucking brains. No media literacy, no critical thinking skills whatsoever. I gotta stop yelling or else I'm gonna fuck my voice up again.
But no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and stole American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country.
It's so funny. It's so funny. So American businesses doing, essentially the 21st century or 20th century, extension of colonialism and extraction, right? And then when the country decides that, guess what? That's our oil. It's on our land. It should benefit our people. That's theft. When they take something back that we were stealing that. How dare you steal? How dare you steal our ill-gotten goods back that actually belong to you? Wow.
The largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries, and not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines, and the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it.
Yeah, it's great. Monroe discovered that everything in North and South America is actually owned by the United States. Nobody else in the hemisphere matters. It's all ours for us to take, and you better not get in the way of that.
By a real lot.
And again, this is the same kind of fucking sphere of influence that Vlad Putin's doing, right? This is the same kind of shit, right? The reason that they want to retake the Baltic states and Ukraine, don't think it's ending with Ukraine because it's not, right? Is for their sphere of influence, is for, it's same justification, basically for the buffer zone, right? We're going to dominate the North and South America, so no one else can. And, Putin, same thing with Ukraine, with Georgia, and with the Baltic states coming to a UN emergency conference near you soon.
They now call it the Donroe document. I don't know. It's
But by they you mean people that are saying Donroe doctrine with your dick in their mouth. They're like kind of, you're barely able to understand what are you saying? Donroe doctrine? They said Donroe doctrine. It was hard to, they were glazing Trump up so hard it was hard to tell. But I think that's what it was. That noise. I think they were saying Donroe doctrine. Yes. Everyone's saying it. Everyone's saying Donroe doctrine now. It's my doctrine. Fuck James Monroe.
Monroe doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen.
Who else is rooting for congestive heart failure right now? Who else is rooting for that secretly? Don't press 1 in chat.
So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and
The very best dominance.
far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger.
1 in chat. If the tariffs have made you rich, you're in the United States of America and you're enjoying your treats thanks to the tariffs. Like, I love paying twice as much for coffee.
Never before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined.
You know, I laughed when people, there were like liberals who, or even centrists who, in response to the Tea Party movement, they tried to create something called the coffee party of like, hey, let's get together, have some coffee and talk it out. Like, both sides of America, we can come to some sort of understanding, right? But I really do think that, I mean, I don't know, they're talking about releasing the tariffs on certain products like coffee, I think, and mangoes and avocados, things that are not just, you know, agricultural products that are just not grown in the United States. So maybe this will become less of a thing in 2026. But I'm sure people do not appreciate paying near double price for their coffee.
Global power, and we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone, and Venezuela people are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation this morning. It's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's a fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night.
I got to point out that, like I said, the United States does shit to other countries like Venezuela because they know that, and this isn't just under Trump. This is under, a lot of, regimes to the right and to the, Democrats and Republican regimes, right? Democratic and Republican administrations. But I got to say that given the current situation right now, I don't know what the American people's response would be to a, special forces operation that took all the gentlemen standing here at this press conference and, put them in shackles, carried them off, right? they might be at this point, chat, greeted as liberators. I don't know. This is like normally, like this kind of shit is off the table. And realistically, chat, don't get your hopes up. Don't get your hopes up. China's not coming to save us, okay? France isn't coming to save us. Germany's not coming to save us, all right? Nobody has the guts. In fact, if you looked at what Macron said and what's coming out of the EU, it's absolute cowardice. And this is the problem, right? Is that this issue in particular is something that Trump agrees on with the neocons, with the media, and with the, with NATO leadership, right? This Maduro shit is agreed upon by like all of the worst people. And on the other side, chat, you have a ton of right-wing Trump voters who don't agree with this, who thought they were voting for peace, who don't want this, right? Who maybe understand a little bit about blowback or you realize that this kind of thing is that another military entanglement is not what they want. And you've got, people on the left, you've got the Democratic voter base, right? You've got Kamala Harris being like, yeah, you'll probably, I don't know if she'll come up and she'll say it, right? But this is what she was talking about. She was talking about the most lethal military. Kamala, Biden, Obama, they're all on board for this kind of shit, right? This is Trump fist bumping the people that he ran against. Those Marco Rubio's right behind you there. That's a neocon. That's a fucking neocon, okay? You said you were different than the neocons. You said that you should be voted for instead of Jeb Bush because you've seen what the neocons do, and Trump is going to have the Iraq War. This man ran against the Iraq War. And the Democrats selected the only candidate that they could find that was for the Iraq War. Great success. But yeah, just remember, there is no MAGA, there is no America First. All it is a bunch of neocons LARPing as red hat shit kickers, okay?
One of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice.
It was an attack on sovereignty. Yes.
And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can you explain how the U.S. will run Venezuela?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. And as the President said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer.
Is it our war fighters? Are those the greatest Americans? All the people that outrank you in the military who you call fat? Those guys, those war fighters, is that who we're talking about, the greatest Americans?
American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men, and I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president...
Again, this is the one part I agree with, right? Yeah, nobody else could get away with this fucking blatantly illegal bullshit, right? Anybody else would have just flushed their country down the toilet by doing this, right? Only a global hegemon that exercises impunity over the whole fucking world can do this. And chat, they're not going to be the global hegemon for much longer. China is almost up to parity, when it comes to, military and the United States is, nearing a state in which people want to disinvest from our dollar, which is really the biggest weapon in the American arsenal, right, is the dollar. That people don't realize that the dollar is a weapon of war, but it very much is. It allows us to impose sanctions. It allows us to, run up, debt without worrying about the consequences of it, right? That's something that the United States needs to even just maintain the kind of military that it has. And that is something that right now is being worked around by, more competent foreign officials in other countries, right? You know, there's a new currency going in, a BRICS currency called simply the unit, right? The unit is going to be the BRICS currency. There's also a chance that people might start, trading in the yuan. And also, I want to point out that part of this, part of what the real goals behind this thing is a desperate attempt to try to shore up the dollar, because it's already, already people are pulling out of the dollar. And so by causing chaos, when there's chaos, people look for a safe place to invest their money. And, when the United States looks like it's doing well militarily, then the dollar looks like a safe harbor, right? There's got to be a bad taste in these investors' mouths, though, when they're like, basically manipulated into supporting the dollar and into supporting, what's going on in the United States. Operation Heavy Rod in Pete Kegsbreath's success. Oh, is Pete Kegsbreath a success? Yeah.
Has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve. The most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance.
What was his chance? What should he have done? Should he have offered the oil of Venezuela? He did. Should he have offered to step down as president? He did, right? You didn't want that, though. You wanted drama. You wanted theater, right? You wanted, when somebody was trying to surrender, you wanted a kidnapping in the middle of the night to make you look strong, didn't you? There's nothing that's been attained from this that could not have been attained from Maduro is ready to give away the freaking farm. Let's just be real.
Until they didn't, and until he didn't. He effed around, and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence.
Okay, so watch Trump, right? I want you to concentrate on Donald Trump as these other guys come up and speak.
Our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people.
Yeah, Maduro also offered to kick out the Chinese, right? He basically offered them anything they could have possibly wanted. What they wanted was a war. What they wanted was a conflict. What they wanted was an easy fucking W by bullying a smaller country. And what they wanted more than anything, I think, was a message to be sent to other world leaders, right? This was a criminal act. This is mafia shit, chat. Like, this is a horse head in every world leader's bed. The message is, this can happen to you too if you don't play along with the United States, right? And so that seems to be something that Trump definitely wanted.
Serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us, and deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the West.
If you have a Venezuelan friend, says Aitor, try to explain to them the celebration of these interventions is just going to make things worse. All right, so listen, I'm going to tell you something. If you got a Venezuelan friend that is cheering today, they're probably a lost cause, right? They're probably a lost cause. There are definitely wealthy Venezuelans, just like there's wealthy Cubans that immigrated to the United States and, lost something during the Chavez's takeover lost something during the Bolivarian Revolution, just like the Cuban supporters of Batista, the capitalists in Cuba, lost something after Batista was thrown out of power, right? So they may be a lost cause. All right. Now I want to emphasize though that that's not every Venezuelan, certainly not everyone in Venezuela, and probably not everyone outside of the country as well, right? There is like a difference in interest between wealthy Venezuelan or Cuban immigrants versus people who were at the whim of those wealthy people, right? And you're gonna see the media try to make a big deal out of any sort of celebration of this. Some of the celebration might even be people trying to be like, I'm on the side of the winners, please don't hurt me, I for one welcome our new orange overlord, right? Part of it's that, part of it's people that are wealthy and their interests are they're sick of the Chavez and then Maduro government, and but the one thing that you can concentrate on when people are pointing to the celebrations of Venezuelans is that we also have video of Iraqis celebrating the ouster of Saddam Hussein, and for good reason. Saddam Hussein was a bad person. Saddam Hussein did a lot of harm in Iraq, right? That's not fake. That's real. It probably wasn't every Iraqi, but it was enough Iraqis, right? And it still didn't stop 1 million people, 1 million civilians from being murdered. So yeah, I mean, I guess it would be nice if they, if people that are cheering this on would recognize what's wrong with that. But some of that is going to be because of their interests, right? Some of that is just like who the particular Venezuelans that you're seeing celebrating this are, and what kind of what kind of economic holdings they might have.
Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver.
I just want people to really understand that Venezuelans or Cubans are not a monolith, all right? There are very wealthy people. In fact, in Cuba, they have a name for very wealthy Cubans, right? They have a name for the beneficiaries of Batista's regime. Now, I'm not going to say it because it's not really my word. Some people will say that this word is a slur. I think it's a little bit cringe for like Anglo like myself to say it, right? But yeah, there's a word for wealthy Cubans that support right-wing regimes like Batista's, that I think also maybe applies to wealthy Venezuelans, right? And it's comparing them essentially to worms.
Welcome to 2026, and under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our Chairman Raisin Kane, to give a few more details about the operation. Mr. Chairman.
Actually, my name is Dan. Thank you. My first name is not Raisin. Thank you very much. I am Dan, General Dan Kane here.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President. And good.
Ooh, is that Steve Miller? I didn't even see that he was here. We got Rubio, we got Miller, we got Raisin Kane, we got Hegseth. Who's the other guy, chat? Why do I not recognize him?
Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice 2 indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required.
Welcome YouTube Shorts chat. Hey, I was struggling getting the short stream up, but here it is. We are in the middle of the Trump press conference on Venezuela. Trump's already spoken. Sorry I didn't get to show you any of that, but again, I was struggling to get YouTube to connect to my OBS. But we are streaming on Twitch. We are streaming on YouTube in the horizontal format, and we're streaming in the shorts format as well. And I finally got that up. But yeah, this is General. What is his name again? Dan Kane, aka Raisin Kane. That's what Trump likes to call him. Apparently, you got Marco Rubio to his left. You got Donald Trump to his right. Now, I want you to kind of keep an eye on our president, right? Because I don't know if I guess he was up late the night before. So this time he's got a bit of an excuse, but just watch the man's eyes. Watch the man's eyes, right? He's given his speech. Hegseth's given his speech, right? Let's see if the general here, the chairman, as Trump, I guess of the military operation, Dan Kane. Let's see if he can keep Trump's attention.
Every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched.
Yeah, everybody's favorite guys.
We waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years.
So he's talking about military lessons, I'm sure, right? But in terms of lessons of the wisdom of a particular military conflict, I don't think that we've learned much of anything. And I'm not just talking about the generals and the the presidents and the military of everyone. I'm talking about the American people, right? The American people learned in Vietnam that a full-on takeover of a nation and an attempt to impose a government on them that they don't want, using United States Armed Services personnel as the enforcers of that was not something that they wanted. They didn't want the they didn't want the loss of lives, right, which went up above 50,000, and they also didn't want the war crimes that were done in the name of the United States, right? They saw massacres like My Lai, and were disgusted by it. And the last president to oversee the Vietnam War was Richard Nixon, who went down in the flames of the Watergate scandal. So after the Vietnam War, right, which was at first going to be to support the South Vietnamese government, it turns out the United States didn't like the puppet that they selected and had him done away with, replaced him. It was to stop communism ostensibly, and then the mission just crept and crept and crept until the United States was bombing Laos, which is to the to the west of Vietnam, and Cambodia to kind of the southwest, right? If you've heard of a guy named Pol Pot, this is where he came from. If you've heard of the Khmer Rouge and a genocide that did happen in Cambodia, that happened because of the military intervention of the United States trying to cut off a supply line to the Vietnamese freedom fighters, right? So we've had a long time to learn this lesson. Now, the American people, to their credit, they somewhat learned the lesson after Vietnam, right? The military-industrial complex, as exemplified by former CIA agent and president of future president of the United States, George H.W. Bush, they called it Vietnam Syndrome. What was the syndrome? The syndrome is that Americans didn't want their soldiers sent into a war, right? Americans weren't buying this domino theory. We got to stop the spread of communism or whatever. They didn't want more war, right? So George H.W. starts a war with Iraq. Now, you might have heard of this before. A guy named Saddam Hussein invades a country, a little tiny country on the coast of the Persian Gulf called Kuwait, in order to liberate them. But you might not have heard the backstory, right? Where did Iraq get its weapons? Turns out it's the United States that gave Iraq its weapons. Why did we give them their weapons? Well, because there was another country called Iran that we had enacted a coup against. Iran didn't like the coup, and they had a revolution, and the United States did not like the government that took over after that revolution. So we armed Saddam Hussein. Right? Not only did we arm Saddam Hussein, but it turns out that Bush officials may have given Saddam Hussein the idea that he had a free pass to attack Kuwait. He was our asset. He was our ally, right? He was our guy in Iraq. And when he bounced this idea off of American diplomats, they didn't bat an eyelash, right? So Iraq goes into Kuwait. On the premise that Kuwait is slant drilling them. The United States comes to Kuwait's defense, stations soldiers in Saudi Arabia, and eventually invades Kuwait, and has a pretty clean operation, right? It wasn't like the Vietnam War where they're there for years and years and years. It was a mission. The mission was to liberate Kuwait. They liberated Kuwait, did a few war crimes in the process, and then got the fuck out of there. But somebody didn't forget the United States had been in what he regarded as the Holy Lands. That man's name was Osama bin Laden. And is it going to break your brains a little bit if I tell you that Osama bin Laden was also a CIA asset? Why? Because the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan in the prior to the Gulf War, and was essentially armed by the United States. Mujahideen or freedom fighters were under the direction of Osama bin Laden. He was a CIA asset. He was used by the USA, and they basically got him into this I don't know what you want to call it, like paramilitary game or terrorism game or whatever, which is essentially what he was doing, shooting down Soviet helicopters over Afghanistan, right? So he is able to raise a group called Al-Qaeda off of the idea that the United States has befouled the holy lands of Saudi Arabia, right? This is where Mecca is, and it's to have United States troops stationed there was considered an abomination to Osama bin Laden and his followers, right? He does something called 9/11 that you might have heard of. A mass casualty event in New York, Washington, D.C., and Pennsylvania involving hijacked planes. And then this is the precursor for the Iraq War, right? The second Gulf War, you could call it, or as George W. Bush called it, finishing up daddy's work, right? His dad went into Kuwait, but didn't finish off Saddam Hussein. W thought this was a mistake, so he was going to do it right. So he does a war that is, again, a little bit more like Vietnam, right? HW's war is clean and it's quick, and there's no mission creep, right? It's not, well, next we're going to attack Jordan or anything like that, right? It's done and dusted, except the fact that it causes blowback. That blowback is then used by the people for the new American century, basically the neocons, to justify a war in Iraq. Now, Iraq didn't have anything to do with 9/11. Iraq didn't have anything to do with bin Laden. In fact, there's probably a little bad blood between the two sets of forces, but that doesn't matter because we were able to sell the idea that Saddam Hussein was a madman, that he's developing nukes and weapons of mass destruction, and that we gotta go in there and get, and that he had something to do with 9/11, right? So this war is more like Vietnam. It's more like the same thing over again. The situation that the American people in the 70s, the boomers, told themselves they wouldn't get themselves into again. They wouldn't ever let this shit happen again. They kicked out Nixon. The Vietnam War ended, and they were like, no more war, right? And then HW says, oh, how about just a little war? And they're like, okay, that's all right. We're okay with a little war, a little bit of kicking Saddam Hussein's butt, a little bit of feeling, strong, watching war porn, on CNN, etc., right? And then when, the blowback from stationing troops in Saudi Arabia inevitably causes a terrorist attack on U.S. soil, they are willing to sign off on a war with Iraq. And the media was right there along this. Now, look, we're talking about politics. We're talking about Donald Trump, and there's a tendency, right? There's a tendency to see this stuff as team sports. Either you're Team Trump or you're, Team Democrat. And, if you're Team Trump, you're against the media, you're against the neocons. And there is a little complicity, a lot of complicity, actually, between the neocons and the standard Democratic establishment, right? And certainly between the media, too. The media loves this. They eat this up. The Democrats love this. They eat this up, right? Trump supposedly didn't love this, and he wasn't going to eat it up because he was anti-neocon. He was anti-George W. Bush. He was anti-Iraq war. That's a big part of probably why he won in 2016. Hillary Clinton had supported the Iraq war, right? A lot of the Democrats had. Some of them had been against the Gulf War, the 90s version of the Iraq war with Bush's dad, and they had lost their congressional seats because all of America was like rallying around the flag. Vote out the damn Democrats that won't support us, fighting Saddam Hussein. So Hillary Clinton and a lot of the Democrats were pro-Iraq war. But what you're seeing with George W. Bush embracing the agenda held by the establishment Democrats and held by the media is the betrayal of MAGA. Any of you MAGAs out there that thought that this guy was going to be different, right? That thought that this guy was going to fight the neocons, drain the swamp, and whatever else, in your fantasies, you thought that he was going to do. You thought he was going to clean things up. Turns out, he didn't drain the swamp. He is the swamp. And now he's just doing neocon. And you can tell that's Marco Rubio. That's in his administration as Secretary of State. This man is a neocon. Donald Trump invited the neocons back in after having defeated them. And so I don't want to hear any based about this shit, because this is a lesson that America should have learned a long time ago, to reject this kind of shit. Whether it is a short engagement, as is, kind of portended by the fact that, the mission was to take out Maduro and then prosecute him. And that's been done. And they've said that maybe there'll be no other waves. There'll be no other attacks. But we've also heard from Donald Trump that the United States is going to run things. That, to me, sounds a lot like Iraq. That, to me, sounds like a lot of reasons that maybe some of you Trump supporters out there voted for Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton. I don't think that was a good bet, but I can understand if you made it, based on Hillary Clinton's support for war in the military-industrial complex. I guess I can understand it a little bit. What I want to tell you, in no uncertain terms today, is that you've been betrayed. You've been sold out. And all MAGA is, all right, is neoconservatism with a shitty red hat on. That's all it took. That's all it took to fool you into thinking that these guys were different. They're not different, all right? Jeb Bush would do this. Kamala Harris would do this. Donald Trump would do this. And for you, lefties out there that watch my channel, because I'm generally, against this guy, and, I'm against what he's doing here too, right? I want you to understand that, our shit stinks too, all right? Democrats betray us constantly. Let me roll it back for you in case you forgot from the 2024 campaign, because I didn't. Let me play for, oh my God. Let me play for you what Kamala Harris said at the Democratic National Convention. The moment that I realized that the Kamala Harris candidacy and potential presidency, should she have won, would not be much different from the Biden administration, the Obama administration, and the Clinton administration. They all bump fists on this military industrial complex shit. And if you want a meaningful opposition party, Democrats, you've got to kick these people the fuck out of your party, all right? Because on issues of foreign policy, they're just as bad as neocons, all right? We got Trump supporters in here in Shorts Chat. We got Democrat supporters here in Shorts Chat, and I want to tell both of you that you've been betrayed. And I want to tell both of you that we got to get better politicians that don't do this shit. Because here we go. In case you forgot.
America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas.
It's always got to be about the troops, even if you're sending them to their fucking deaths, right? Even if you're giving them like fucking injuries that are going to last their whole lifetime, that are going to fuck up the rest of their life, right? And even if you're not taking care of them when they come home, right? We got to use the troops as a fig leaf. If you're against this war, if you're against this breach of international law, right? If you're against this gross hypocrisy and avarice, then I guess you're against our troops too.
As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
That's all I needed to hear, right? I still voted for her just because I thought she was, the lesser of two evils, right? But in terms of being excited about the Kamala Harris campaign and thinking that it might be a major break from the Biden foreign policy, that's when I knew we were cooked. All right, let's get back to Trump.
Many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise, it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together.
GTO Music, you say, thank you, President Trump. Are you also going to thank President Bush? Look, if you're about taking dictators out of power, you should thank President Bush too. He took out Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein was a bad man, and Iraqis celebrated when he was toppled. You should be thanking President, but you gonna thank President Bush? Are you happy with the American involvement in Iraq? Are you happy about the United States creating ISIS through that involvement? You think Iraq is in a good place right now? You gotta learn from history, guys. You gotta fucking learn. I know history's like boring, right? Everybody thinks history, it's boring, dry shit. It's not. It's war and peace. It's life and death. It's fucking important, okay? And it's actually not boring. It's exciting, maybe a little too exciting. In fact, I think I'm a little too excited about this right now, but I really want you to lock in on this and start to learn from history and start to understand that whether it's a Republican standing up there, right, saying that we took out the bad man, we took out the dictator, or it's a Democrat saying that we did it, this is something they both agree on. All right? This is where neocons and neolibs shake hands. And Donald Trump has just sold you all out if you're in MAGA and you believe that this guy was some kind of candidate of peace or something like that. You believed he was some kind of break from the Rubios and the Bushes and all the rest of the shitheads, right? This is where Donald Trump unambiguously, you could say he sold you out in Iran too, if we're being real about it, but this is where that illusion needs to dissipate. And you need to wake up and join us in reality, because I'm disappointed with Democrats too, and the fact that they endorse this shit. And you're going to see a bunch of them out on, TV on the cable news networks, right, which also endorse this, right? Many of them owned by, and traditionally have been owned by the same companies that run the military-industrial complex. This is great for them. This is also great for their ratings, right? So you hate the media, you hate the Democrats, but you're okay with Trump when he's doing the same thing? Wake up. Stop getting conned.
In time and place to layer effects for a single purpose, to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives.
Eric MM, this is a great, let me read this out. And let me let you know the shitheads that you're in bed with if you're cheering this on, right? Iraq is in a great place right now. They are thriving with democracy. Oh, yeah. If Obama didn't pull out the troops in 2011, this motherfucker wants forever wars. Eric 4404. This guy just argued for forever wars. You literally want 1984. Is that what you're telling me? Right? Is that what you're telling me? Are you licking the fucking cock of the military-industrial complex as we speak? Like, goddamn, I hope you've got a job at Lockheed Martin or something like that. At least you got, some reason to root for that side. But that is fucking madness. You want the United States to permanently occupy Iraq and Afghanistan? You didn't learn anything from history? Or at least the history in this, century. I'm not gonna, hold you to like understanding like Korea and Vietnam and everything in the 20th century, but at least understand the mistakes that have been made in the 20th century. At least understand that 9/11 came from blowback caused by George Bush's dad, H.W. Bush, right? The Gulf War, as they called it, or Iraq War 1.0. You could see it as the prequel to George W. Bush's Iraq War, right? Put U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia. That allowed Osama bin Laden to gather his hijackers to blow up 2 towers in New York, hit the Pentagon, and then I guess one of the planes crashed in Pennsylvania, right? Let's roll. Anybody remember? Nobody remembers. Who am I kidding? But anyway, look, I want you to remember some history at least, some history at least, and recognize that the war never changes. Any of you Fallout fans out there? Anyway.
For those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived,
didn't Obama surge the troops in 2011? Mike Gonzalez, you might be right, but I'm not here to stand Obama. All right. I'm not here to stand the Democrats. I don't know when you got here, but I'm not a fan of Democratic administrations or Republican administrations, because I think this war bullshit is something that they agree on, and it's something they agree with the mainstream media on. If you're against the mainstream media, if you're against the establishment Dems, why are you not against this shithead and his regime when he's saying the exact same shit, when he's got a neocon as his head of the State Department? That's Marco Rubio, guys. That's Marco Rubio. That's not Rand Paul, all right? Wake the fuck up, conservatives. Come on.
Traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets. In early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day.
But yeah, here's something Obama didn't do. I don't remember if he surged troops in 2011 or not. I do remember that he made a promise to close down Guantanamo Bay and he failed to deliver. Okay. So I'm not offering the establishment Democrats as a solution for the problems that Donald Trump is causing all of us right now, problems that we will be dealing with for the rest of our lives, all right? Blowback that will likely, be the cause of future conflicts, all right? I think the Democratic Party needs a change in leadership, and I think the Republican Party needs a change in leadership. And I think that these fucking ghouls in the self-licking ice cream cone that is the military-industrial complex need to be washed out of public life, permanently blacklisted as traitors. Traitors to the country and traitors to humanity. All right? These are the black marketeers, chat, of World War III. And I'm sick of them being in charge. Whether I vote for a Democrat or whether I vote for a Republican, I always get these shitheads. And I always get these wars.
Minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise, and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel, so as the president said, they could be brought to justice. And as the president said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military...
Mick Stevens is trying to distract us with trans people? Excuse me?
Sat
and tampons?
Ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action.
That might have worked in 2024. That's not going to work in 2025.
Last night, the
2026, least of all.
Enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver.
No one cares what a transvestite thinks. Arrowhead, we're not talking about JD Vance. Come on, keep up.
Through ocean,
keep up.
Low cloud ceilings, but when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night,
what do I think of Kennedy, the Fox News host?
The president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission.
Claudia, I think what you're trying to say is I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. And if you were paying attention, you'd feel the same, okay?
Said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed.
Oh, were you talking about Kennedy, the steroid guy that Trump put as the head of HHS? Which Kennedy are you? There's a lot of Kennedys in this country.
And those words were transmitted to the entire...
The general is so lame. Hey, I'll have you know this is General Raisin Cane. He's got a cool nickname. How can he be lame?
Entire joint force.
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out who the chatter is talking about.
Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total,
David Menendez says, Iraqi here, we agree with the intervention. You may not like Bush, but please stop speaking from us in a matter of fact that you don't understand. Oh, I'm sorry. I misread that, David Menendez. You actually said Venezuelan here, and you may not like Trump. But it's the same fucking thing. Do you not get it? It's the same fucking thing. There were Iraqis saying the same thing as you're saying, assuming you really are a Venezuelan. All right, you know, citation needed, right? But there were Iraqis saying the same fucking thing, and they were glad to get rid of Saddam Hussein too. Maduro's a bad guy. Nobody's disputing that. Saddam Hussein is a bad guy. Nobody disputed that. But what Iraq got was 1 million civilians killed. Are you going to speak up for your country and say that you're willing to sacrifice 1 million innocent Venezuelans for Trump's bullshit war? Do you not understand how this works? Have you learned nothing from history? This is not Bush. It's the same thing as Bush. It's the same fucking thing. He just said we're going to take over the country. That's exactly what Bush did.
Than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49. And there's simply no match for Americans.
So what if he falls asleep? I don't know. I'll be amused. That's all.
He might.
So what if he falls asleep? Well, I bet you didn't say that about Biden. I bet you didn't say, so what if Biden falls asleep? Now, I don't remember Biden actually falling asleep on camera. I'm sure he did at some point, right? I remember Biden not knowing where he was. I remember Biden, talking about finally defeating Medicare. I remember Biden not being able to, tell his head from his ass. I don't remember him falling asleep standing up at a press conference.
As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement.
There is no war in Bosse Singh, says Photo Guy Australia.
And began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones.
Thank you, Dwight, for reminding me it's Bossing Say.
As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision.
Okay, so looking at the, we had a question about deaths in Iraq, civilian deaths. I'm seeing anything from 151,000 violent deaths from the Iraqi Family Health Survey, 601,000 from the Lancet survey out of 654 excess deaths. PLOS Medicine Survey says
it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
406,000 deaths in Iraq as a direct or indirect result of the war, including more than 60% of deaths directly attributable to violence, right? So, but that being said, chat, there's tens of thousands of Americans and hundreds of thousands of Iraqis that would be alive today if y'all, or, you know, maybe your parents, if I'm being real, we're not fooled by Colin Powell's bullshit holding up the vial of supposed weapons of mass destruction that Saddam Hussein had. They looked for those, chat. They were never there. But it was never really about that. This was all set into motion by the people for a new American century. They had a whole plan. Iraq and Afghanistan were like the beginning of this plan. They would have liked to go into like Iran and North Korea and a bunch of other countries too, right? But you know, this was just the pretext, right? This was just the pretext. That and 9/11, which Saddam Hussein had fuck all to do with.
And discipline towards their objective, and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit but remained flyable, and as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those
21 minutes left on the butterfly goal. It looks like we're at 6 out of 10. If we get 4 more super chats of the teal variety, I will put a butterfly in my hair.
Could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure.
By the way, I'd like to thank all the haters in chat. The more you chat, the stronger I get. You chatting in YouTube chat is YouTube doesn't know the difference between that and an engaged viewer, right? So because of your hate, YouTube is sending me more viewers, and I thank you. I thank you for this.
That we can
keep it coming.
Get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force.
Rach, if you want to go in, we've got two streams. One is horizontal, the other one's vertical. If you can find the horizontal thing, I bet the chat will be a lot nicer there.
At the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely...
Okay, so there's Trump. Just, I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to focus in on him, right? But the guy is like closing his eyes. I think that he's probably got like a headpiece in. You'll see from time to time he opens his eyes again. I think that's somebody in his earpiece being like, Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President, you're falling asleep again, Mr. President, Mr. President.
Proud today of our joint force.
Oh,
filled with
woke him up.
gratitude to represent them here today.
It's almost more interesting than what Raising Cane is saying.
Simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals.
Also, mods and shorts chat, I just made things easier for you. Let me know if you need more help.
And the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Why in WBRW? What does that mean? You will never be right wing? True.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us.
And he's also Scarface, right? Look at those charges. Look at those charges against him, right? We got drug trafficking, right? And not fentanyl, mind you, cocaine. That's what he's being charged with. He's being charged with cocaine trafficking and machine gun related crimes, chat. Does Trump think that Maduro is Scarface? Anybody in chat think Maduro is Scarface? These are like, this is what you charge Scarface with, right?
Saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration,
going to sleep again.
The second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice.
Again, he is a more successful version of Donald Trump, right? What is he talking about? What is Marco Rubio talking about when he says he's not the legitimate president? He's talking about the fact that Maduro held an election, lost, and stayed in power, right? So yeah, no, he's right about that. But this is what Trump tried to do. Maduro did Jan 6, but unlike Bolsonaro and Trump, he actually succeeded against it. He actually succeeded in it.
With a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And
Make sure.
yeah, exactly. But
Don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
but I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers.
Yes, and he agreed to them, and you wanted to fucking do this bullshit war anyway. Maduro was ready to hand over the whole country, chat. I don't know if people understand this. I don't know if people understand this, right? Maduro offered the oil, offered to kick China out, offered Trump probably a blowjob. I don't know. I mean, you know, he's usually, he doesn't know that Trump likes to give blowjobs to a guy named Bubba, not receive them, but he's got Laura Loomer for that, maybe. I don't know, chat. That's what Milo says.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists.
Too much right-wing gossip. I might have to turn our stream alerts off, chat, because the chuds in chat.
Peaceful up here, but now there are
And look,
communist invading radicals.
I'm trying to throw you a bone, right-wingers in YouTube Shorts, just in case you're not getting it, right? I'm not maintaining that Donald Trump here is doing something that Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton or Bill Clinton would not be doing, right? He's doing the same shit. And I'm against it, whether it's a Democrat in office doing it or whether it is a Republican or even fucking Donald Trump doing it, right? The thing is, it feels like there's a lot less consistency from the right side of the aisle. So some of y'all are endorsing neocon. Chat, that's Marco Rubio. All right, just may I remind you, right-wingers in Shorts chat. This is Marco Rubio. He's Secretary of State. Why is he Secretary of State? Because Donald Trump nominated him, and the Republican Congress, the Republican Senate confirmed him, right? That's not Rand Paul. All right? That's Marco Rubio. That's a neocon. I thought you guys were against this shit.
And chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the
play around. I don't know what more Maduro could have offered essentially, he offered the situation that they've got right now. His vice president would take over. He would resign as president, and you know, America would control the oil, and China and every other, you know, rival would get kicked out, right? He was willing to sell the farm.
Result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy...
Waffle, that's Marco Rubio. You said this isn't neocon type activity. This is exactly neocon activity, right? This is what the mainstream media, neocons, and establishment Democrats all agree on. Maduro's a bad guy, and the United States needs to go in and do something about it. And while we're at it, we might as well help ourselves to that oil. We might as well enrich our businesses. This is something that Trump agrees with Kamala and Biden on, right? This is something you're going to hear praised by the mainstream media. They love this shit. They love it when there's a war, chat. It's good for ratings, and it's also good for probably their ownership, if I'm being real, right? If you really want to oppose that shit, if you really want to see America first or whatever the fuck that means, I don't even know what that means to you anymore, right? You should be against this. And when you see Marco Rubio up there as the Secretary of State, you should know that Trump has sold you out. He sold you out to neocons, right? And you defending him just makes you double suckers.
Who decides he's going to invite Iran?
You suck Trump and you suck Rubio. Yeah.
To his country is going to, you know, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration.
Wait. I'm sorry. Hold people hostage and trade them? That may be what's going to go on with Maduro, right? Chat, we're just on the, you know, this is just after Trump has pardoned a convicted former president of Honduras who bragged about putting cocaine up the gringo's nose. When he says the gringos, he means you, chat. Right? This is a president who engaged in drug trafficking to the United States and was convicted of it, and that Trump pardoned. So what do you think is going to happen now? Right? I wouldn't be surprised if some Maduro supporter showed up at Mar-a-Lago saying, Mr. Trump, we're willing to put several $billion into your shitcoin. We're willing to invest in your bullshit crypto. All we need from you is to let Maduro go. I don't know, Chad. I don't know. Maybe Maduro will get the pardon too. All he's got to say is make America great again. That's all. George Santos, chat. You remember George Santos? The world record holder for the most lies told by a politician. The guy that claimed to be Jewish, and then after it was proven that he wasn't Jewish, said no, I just meant like Jewish. I mean, I'm similar. I'm similar to a Jew. I'm not actually a Jew, but I'm Jewish, right? I'm in that direction, right? Trump pardoned the guy. Trump pardoned Eric Adams, the utterly disgraced former mayor of New York, right?
Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Okay, I'm muting alerts because it's just overwhelming. Thank you for all the subscriptions. Thank you for the hate, which makes me stronger. But I gotta mute it, right? Because that every time you're hearing that guy talk about communists invading radicals, that's another angel getting its wings. That's another person subscribing to me. Thank you for helping this happen. But I gotta put it on mute. Otherwise, we're gonna be hearing communists invading radicals all night. So that's but just let me know in chat if there's any donos or anything that I need to call out, because when I'm muting the alerts, I'm going to mute that too necessarily. Because this is the way it's going to play out, and I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences, and if he says he's serious about something. Yeah, Rach. Some people are glad that Maduro is gone. Especially if they're more wealthy and in support of the so-called opposition, they feel that. But no, he is a dictator. He's not he lost an election and he stayed anyway. He did what Trump tried to do, basically, only more successfully. But we must remember it was only 23 years ago. When people were saying the same thing about Iraq, where Iraqis around the world were celebrating the toppling of Saddam Hussein. And it was great because, right, the United States went into Iraq. They completed the objective. Mission accomplished, right? Mission accomplished. Anybody remember Mission Accomplished? George W. Bush gave a speech in front on an aircraft carrier with a big banner that said mission accomplished, and then we had the insurgency, and then we had Fallujah, and then we had destabilization, and then after the United States got out of Iraq, there was ISIS, right? That wasn't a good war. That was a huge waste of money. That was a huge waste of life, both Iraqi and American, and that made the whole world less safe, not more safe, even though Saddam Hussein is a bad man. It turns out that you can take a bad man out of power and actually make the situation worse. And that's the lesson that the United States should have learned during the Iraq War. But then again, there's lots of lessons we should have learned, right? Vietnam, Korea, the list goes on and on. Hell, the Spanish-American War, if you're Mark Twain. He means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. This is a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities. He's the president of peace. Why is there a neocon standing in front of him as his Secretary of State if he's the president of the peace? Find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy. But instead, he wanted to play big boy. And so now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. The president doesn't look for ways to distract from the Epstein files. No, sure, absolutely. Or the failing economy. Well, talk and meet with anybody, but don't play games. Don't play. You're literally playing a fucking game with us, asshole. And we've seen this shit before. Games with this president's in office because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that, You know, I guess that lesson.
What Maduro did was a crime? Do you mean staying in power after he was defeated in an election? Are you saying that Trump didn't win the 2020 election?
Was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Is that a message for Cuba? Mr. President.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Mr. President. Running the country. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Oh shit, chat. We got 5 minutes left of the butterfly goal. If you want to see this butterfly go in my hair, you got 5 minutes left. Teal super chats and above. If we got 4 more of them, we'll get the butterfly today. Otherwise, I will complete the stream with no butterfly. So if you want to see the butterfly, you got 5 minutes to make it happen through super chats.
The U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run
with a group.
We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but that's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow.
It's a big thing about, he's all about flow, right? You know, he told Gavin Newsom during the fire that his only problem was that there was a what do you call it where you turn the wheel to get the water to flow? There was a wheel in Northern California that apparently Gavin Newsom couldn't figure out how to turn on, and that was what was causing LA to burn, right? Was that the water wasn't flowing, and now he's like, the oil wasn't flowing, we got to get it flowing in the right direction. Yeah, it's funny how the oil doesn't flow when you put a country under sanctions, right? When you threaten anyone who buys oil from them, right? It's funny how the oil doesn't flow when you put the kind of sanctions that just completely decimate a country and they're unable to even keep up their infrastructure, right? It's funny how that works. Remember, Donald Trump is the one that put those sanctions on Venezuela, the sanctions that caused the mass wave of immigration that he then complained about and blamed on Biden. That wasn't Biden who put sanctions on Venezuela, although I think he did keep the sanctions. That was Donald Trump. That was Donald Trump causing a problem that he would then campaign on, right? And if you heard what I said about the CIA, causing problems for the United States in, with bin Laden in Cambodia and Laos, like you understand that that's the most American thing that Donald Trump's ever done, right? Caused the massive wave of migration and then campaigned against it when he ran for office again. Sarah with the butterfly, that is 7 butterflies. We still need 3 more butterflies, chat.
It's actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people.
Little Marco looking great.
People of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure that.
But I just wanted to point this out, right? He rejected Marco Rubio when he ran against him. He made fun of Jeb Bush for being part of the Bush family, and he shat on the neocons that brought us into the war with Iraq. He ran against Iraq, if you don't remember, in 2016, and very convenient because Hillary Clinton was a supporter of the Iraq war. And now he has got his opponent from 2016 is standing right next to him.
People that were forced out of Venezuela.
He let the neocons in, chat. MAGA, you've been betrayed. He lied to you.
Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr. President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it, but we're going to make sure that country is run properly.
167? I must have missed something, Rave and Magenta.
We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of...
Oh, here it is, maybe.
Dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but...
All right. I can't put your super chat up, but I'll count it towards the butterfly goal nonetheless. Mindspeak says, so little Marco said, we offer an indictment to go away and everything would be okay for it. Yeah, offered to... offered, I'm guessing to Maduro, you're saying? But little Marco said... but we get him because Maduro... yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Maduro was ready to give them everything they wanted and more. And they wanted a war, chat. They wanted a war. They wanted a distraction from Trump's failing economy, from his idiotic tariffs that are making the country even more unaffordable, and from the Epstein files, which are not going away no matter what Trump does.
Lost a lot, and we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to.
I found it, Magenta. Thank you.
Right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. You know, they stole our oil. We built that whole
They stole our oil. Okay, now I'm trying to figure this out. They stole our oil, right? How does that work? It's our oil, but it just happened to be underneath Venezuelan territory? Is that what happened? They stole our oil? No, here's what he means, right? The United States was exploiting countries that it diplomatically dominated, such as Venezuela. And American industry was extracting wealth that belongs to the Venezuelan people for their own profit, for their own good, right? Because of the hegemonic power of the United States backing them, right? So that's what, when he's saying they took our oil, right? It's not your oil, Kate, if it's under Venezuela. How stupid are you?
And they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misread. Kate Friedlander did nothing wrong. Kate Friedlander did nothing wrong. I'm so sorry. I totally misread your tweet. They did not steal our oil, is what Kate Friedlander said. I apologize. I'm sorry. I called you stupid when it was other people in chat that were being stupid.
I did not.
We made a deal, and the Venezuelan people are celebrating. Ryan Brezer, do I need to get the Iraq war footage out for you? Do we need to break into that? Right. See, see if I can find this.
Do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Are you explaining the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
Yes, it's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
That would run Venezuela.
Well, it's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Everyone's focus fell on the statue of Saddam.
Will you bring this statue down?
The Americans brought in a tank recovery vehicle. One over-exuberant Marine couldn't resist a bit of flag-waving patriotism first. The stars and stripes were taken down and replaced by the Iraqi flag. Then the moment of history. Saddam's regime could finally be said to be at an end.
There it goes!
There it goes! The bad man is gone. Everything is going to be good now. I'm sure there's not going to be hundreds of thousands of innocent Iraqis killed by the U.S. occupation. I'm sure that Iraq is going to exit this occupation in a great place and not be taken over almost by ISIS, right? Not spawn more terrorism. So just like there's Venezuelans that are celebrating right now because, yeah, the bad man is gone. And yeah, Maduro's, he lost an election and he stayed. He basically did what Trump tried to do, but he was more successful. I think that's really what Trump hates about Maduro, is that he's actually a more successful version of himself. His January 6th was a success. He stayed in power, unlike Trump, who tried to do the same thing but failed, or Bolsonaro, Trump's friend in Brazil, who is now, I believe, going to stand trial for his own January 6th, right? Because Brazil is a more functional democracy, sad to say, than the United States of America. There we go. So if you don't understand, slapping somebody with a shoe is a grave insult in Iraqi culture. Funny enough, in the culture of the country that I live in as well. Yeah, you can see how much people were celebrating and how little ultimately they had to celebrate. How the worst was yet to come. The worst violence, the worst suffering, and the and ultimately an unsuccessful attempt to replace the Iraqi government with something better, right? You try to replace it with something better, and you get ISIS. That's the lesson from history that I really want people to learn, and I want people to understand that there's not a difference between the opinion on Maduro of Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, or the mainstream media. They all agree that this action is based, right? They all wanted to do this shit.
Back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, you said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is about that.
Well, he has cocaine mills. He has factories.
Outside. Oh, sorry. You're talking about Brazil there. I was about to disagree with you, but I'm not a Brazilian. So Hippie Craig,
where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Mr. President, did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Explain that. I'm a fan of Brazil. I think they did the right thing. Hippie Craig, do you have a problem with Brazil? I'm saying Brazil did a better job at defending its democracy than the United States.
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved in it.
Sure. We call members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days.
So again, this is a requirement of a war action, even one that's done in an emergency, right, that you're supposed to consult at the very least, some of the top officials in Congress. They did, I think, consult the Republicans, but their explanation here is that, like, we couldn't tell Congress because they would have leaked.
So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice. And the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
90% of the crimes happen in liberal cities, says Hippie Craig. Well, Hippie Craig, the United States has voting patterns very similar, where cities tend to vote for the Liberal Party and rural areas tend to vote for the Conservative Party. However, I believe the crime that was done by Bolsonaro and his, and his thugs was done in a liberal city. Would you blame the politicians, the mayor, officials of that city for Bolsonaro, a right-wing politician, attempting a fucking coup?
Plus, if I could add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, We had a lot of ships out there. They sort of knew we were coming. We went there.
But the funny thing is that anybody in a position of power in Congress would have had no incentive to leak, right? You got to understand the establishment, whether it be Republican, Democrat, or the mainstream media, is in favor of this shit.
But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakers.
Mr. President, you were one of the only people to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. The safe place is all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition. People were...
And I just wonder, when Republicans, Democrats alike have had enough of Donald Trump's bullshit, and he tries to retreat into his safe place, I wonder if he'll be able to close the door in time, right? I wonder if he'll be able to keep the torches and pitchforks out of his... away from himself and Melania. I wonder how that's going to go.
Do we get him by surprise?
No, chat. Let's be real. You know what's going to take this guy out? Congestive heart failure, right? He's got those cankles. He's got those bruises on his hands. This guy's not long for the world. If anything, this will be a situation with JD Vance holed up in some bunker somewhere while riots erupt outside.
I was sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. It was a lot of...
What about Epstein? Yeah, nobody's going to ask that, unfortunately.
There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to his safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get...
Brian Bresgardner, I want you to understand, nobody's defending Maduro, okay? Nobody's defending Maduro. That's not what this is about, right? This is about the global hegemon abducting another country's leader.
That door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it. Go ahead, finish.
Where is Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact
Well,
whereabouts?
eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators.
Yo, a mixed track record. That is the nicest way you could say that. That is what he's saying is that the United States consistently fucks around and finds out and creates something called blowback, which is when we intervene in another country and it causes more problems down the road. What do I mean? I mean 9/11, right? 9/11 happened because the United States empowered a guy named Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan in order to shoot down Soviet helicopters, right? When the Soviets invaded Afghanistan, the United States supported Osama bin Laden, a CIA asset, and the Mujahideen that he was leading, the freedom fighters, the so-called freedom fighters, right? We taught this guy to fight. And then the United States goes into another country, Iraq. Here's another example of blowback, right? The United States arms Saddam Hussein to go after Iran, all right? And then when they station troops in Saudi Arabia, that's what allows bin Laden to recruit the hijackers that take down the World Trade Center, right? These are all a series of dominoes that if you go back far enough, the United States knocked down the first domino, right? Not just the United States, but really, the military and industrial complex and the, the clandestine, agencies like the CIA, right? But yeah, let's look around a little bit more, okay? So yeah, I said that Saddam Hussein was our guy, was the CIA's guy, was the United States guy, was Donald Rumsfeld's guy in Iraq to fight Iran. Why did they want to fight Iran? Because Iran had done a revolution to overthrow a puppet dictator called the Shah that we installed, right? All Like, this is like you're just seeing blowback. Like, all of these issues, right, around, you know, Iraq, Afghanistan, etc., right, they all start with the action by the United States, and in a lot of cases by the CIA. And look, if you support that deep state shit, I can't really help you. But I really thought you MAGAs were against the deep state. I really thought you wanted to drain the swamp, right? I really thought you were against the neocons. But chat, that's Marco Rubio standing up next to him. Marco Rubio is like fucking head neocon, right? He's one of the big ones.
Without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards.
Not with
Did
me,
that weigh on your decision?
Well, that's why we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the...
You were bragging about, well, at least in the case of Soleimani, you were bragging about international crimes. You were bragging about acts of war, illegal acts of war undertaken under your first administration.
Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace.
Midnight Hammer was him helping out Israel, right? And really not doing much at all. Iran's nuclear program wasn't meaningfully slowed down. The Fordow facility was not compromised heavily enough for us to say that anything was destroyed there. It was a failure of a mission. But it was literally the United States getting involved in a Israeli war against Iran, right? And this is more bullshit. This is more neocon bullshit. You know, this is stuff that would have happened under Trump, under Kamala, under Biden, under Obama, under Clinton, under any of these assholes, right? This is the entire U.S. political establishment, and you know, maybe a few years ago you could have said, except for Trump, right? Because Trump was against Jeb Bush, against, you know, the neocons that he was running against in 2016, and he said that he was going to be a different kind of president. He was going to be a president of peace. He was going to hold America first as his priority, and he wasn't going to involve us in foreign wars. That was a lie, chat. That was a lie. He didn't want to end the neocons. He didn't want to fight the neocons. He didn't want to stop the neocons. He wanted to take over the neocons, and that's what he's done. And he's doing neocon shit, because guess what? Guess what? He's a fucking neocon. Come on. You've been fooled.
In the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories.
And when he says peace in the Middle East, you're talking about a hegemonic Israel. And if you think that's going to equate to long-term peace, I've got some swampland to sell you in Florida.
No losses, yeah.
President, can you, how long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quick.
Sharon, how much bullshit have you swallowed? Didn't Obama give permission to Iran to make refining uranium, and Trump came into power? Sharon, Obama stopped the Iranian nuclear program, all right? He put inspectors in Iran so they couldn't. So here's the deal. You've got uranium that you use for a nuclear power plant, all right? Then you can take that uranium and you can highly enrich it to produce a nuclear weapon, okay? So Obama made a deal where all of Iran's uranium would be watched over by the UN and would not be processed into, you know, the refined form that can make a nuclear weapon, right? Obama had that problem solved. Trump undid it.
But it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding.
Look, if I drank out of a water fountain one day, okay, and I got, I don't know, some kind of infection, right? E. coli, right? I got E. coli, I got Giardia. Yeah, Giardia is a better one, right? Parasite living in my gut, making me, you know, shit explosive diarrhea all over the place. I spend a week shitting explosive diarrhea all over my bathroom, right? I have to get that shit steamed cleaned afterwards, right? And I'm finally better. And, you know, I take a pill to get rid of the parasite, and I finally feel better. You know, I would think twice about drinking out of that water fountain again, right? If I got infected from it. I think some of you conservatives in chat have been drinking out of infected water fountains, and you haven't learned the lesson that that's how you get infected. That's how you get bullshit coming out of your mouth, like what Sharon was spouting, right? This is just, let me just repeat the Trump talking points. That's his narrative, right? Isn't that what happened? No. That was the lie that he told you. That's the lie that you swallowed, and now you're spewing fucking diarrhea all over Shorts chat. Will you please clean your ass? Will you please fucking clean your ass?
We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's blow up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing.
Thank you, Donald Trump. Oil is explosive. Did you know that, chat? Did you know that it's explosive? Did you know petrol can blow up? I didn't fucking know that. Thank you for teaching me something, Donald J. Trump.
Out of the ground can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country. Yeah.
Hippie Craig says we would have $2 gas if Biden hadn't ended the pipeline. Hippie Craig, that's an unproven thesis that you're offering there. All right. That's woulda, coulda, shoulda. All right. What I can tell you for sure is that if we didn't elect Trump in 2024, your coffee wouldn't be twice the fucking price, assuming you're in the United States of America, right? Your grocery bill wouldn't have gone up. Anything that you might fucking potentially save in terms of gas prices with Trump, believe me, you're going to be paying tariffs for, asshole.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to the oil and the drugs?
And Russia, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to give it to them. In other words, we'll be selling oil probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that? Oh.
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice.
Why does anyone believe this fucking record liar? Like, he said this shit to the U.S. He said you're gonna win so hard, you're gonna be tired of winning. What did we win, chat? We won a fucking out of control pandemic and an incompetent leader who made it worse. We won hundreds of thousands of people who died under COVID who would be alive today if we had a slightly competent president in the office at that time, right? We won a threat to our democracy on the level of the German beer hall push enacted by Adolf Hitler. All right? And now we're winning pariah status. I mean, we already kind of had it with Kamala and Biden, let's admit it, right? Their support of Israel was poison to the credibility of the United States, right? So it wasn't good to begin with, but any remnant of credibility that the United States might have had on the world stage got shot to hell in the abduction of a foreign leader, right? And he did it in order to instill fear in everyone out there. Because if you go back far enough, chat, in Trump's history, you're going to see that he is connected to the mafia. Honestly, anybody that was in the business that he was in at the time of real estate in New York at the time would have to be connected to the mob just to operate, right? But he learned from the mob and he learned from Morricone. And what this is fucking gangster diplomacy, where we're not trying to win through love, we're trying to win through fear. We're trying to impose fear on everybody out there. And that works until the rest of the world decides to gang up and take you out, right? And look, it's just tick, tick, tick. United States, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time before the United States goes from global hegemon to global pariah and eventually to a fractured, balkanized remnant of itself. It will break up. It will lose power. It will lose status. It will be at the whim of other forces instead of being the one subjecting other countries to its whims, right? That's the future. That's what the tea leaves say.
You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country. And they destroyed it.
Dems do import votes. 360 Blow Brown. Let me tell you about how Donald Trump imported votes, all right? He placed sanctions on Venezuela, which immiserated the country, made it miserable, made it unlivable, right? And then people immigrated in a pretty large wave from Venezuela into the United States, and he offered them temporary protected status, all right? Trump caused the wave of Venezuelan immigration. Now, he does want to kick those people out now, so I guess he's not exactly, importing votes, but this is a thing that conservatives have done for a long time. Look at the Cuba Libres in Florida, right? And that the way that their, citizenship was fast-tracked, right? And that's why Republicans win Florida right now, due to Republicans importing. If you want to look at it like that, I mean, if you want to talk about importing votes, then there you have it.
Remember, I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did.
What you did, motherfucker. What you did. Destabilizing Venezuela vastly contributed to that. And in general, if you want to look at immigration, it's something that tracks with destabilization, right? You don't just leave your country on a whim. You leave your country because shit's fucked up and you have to leave your country. And both the Republican and Democratic Party has been great at creating chaos in other countries that creates exactly that situation. And then you get people coming into the country with no pathway to citizenship, no ability to make their presence in that country legal. So what do? They work for corporations. They work for companies. They do meat packing. They do agricultural work. They do the bottom rung of work that American citizens are not willing to do. And they get paid substandard wages and they get exploited in all kinds of ways. They get, wage theft and they're subject to, there's no way you're going to start a union in that situation to try to, defend your rights as a worker, right? So the corporations benefit from not just the waves of immigration caused by bad U.S. foreign policy, but also the refusal to allow any sort of pathway towards immigration that leaves these people in a desperate situation where they're forced to do the kind of work that nobody wants to do. If you know what goes on in a slaughterhouse, you know exactly what I'm talking about, right? Nobody wants to do that work. They do that work for pennies. They do that work for peanuts. Right. And this is a great arrangement because the companies never get in trouble for it. If the workers get deported, that's their problem. Right. In fact, sometimes the companies will actually call ICE to be like, hey, we got a bunch of illegal workers here. You'd think that at one point that the government would turn around and say, hey, you know what? You got illegal workers there because you hired them. Right. Let's do some. Like, maybe you should go to jail. Maybe you should be deported. That never fucking happens, chat. That never fucking happens at all. And it's a huge policy failure that is, contributed to by the racism of the Republicans and the cowardice of Democrats.
To our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms. I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids. And that's what would have happened.
If you're looking for steroids, I think you should ask your director of, Health and Human Services. I think that RFK could probably get you some steroids.
Thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military troops to provide?
Team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed.
Do I know anything about Venezuela? I know more than Trump does.
By Maduro.
Like, he literally doesn't care. It's just a convenient way to distract from Epstein, a way to enrich his donors, a way to keep ghouls like Marco Rubio. You see that guy right there? That's Marco Rubio. That's a neocon. That's the kind of shithead, deep state motherfucker that Donald Trump promised to keep out of government. And Donald Trump nominated him for Secretary of State. Right? That's Trump inviting the deep state and the neocons back in and doing now, yes, neocon policy. Now, I'd love to tell you that the Democrats are completely against this shit, but I would be lying. I'd love to tell you that the mainstream media pushes back on this shit, but I would be lying. This is something that Trump, the Democratic establishment, and the mainstream media all agree on, and the fucking CIA and whatever other, deep state, portions of the U.S. government as well, right? This is something they're all fucking, fist bump on. This is something they dap up on, right? They all agree on this shit, and now Donald Trump agrees too, because he was never on your side to begin with. He's a con man. He's been one since he was fucking born with a silver spoon in his mouth, all right? And he conned you. He successfully tricked you. He got you to do his dirty work for him, and there he is. This is what happens when you empower a born liar like Donald Trump.
And right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn in as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said...
Fine Apocalypse says Colombians and Venezuelans largely support this. Citation needed, 1. And 2, so did Iraqis after Saddam Hussein was toppled. Finpocalypse. Did you see that earlier? So you're saying the same shit the people were saying after the Iraq war, except substitute Venezuelans for Iraqis, right? How did that turn out? How did that turn out? I bet there were the Vietnamese people that were really happy when the United States took over from France and to support the fucking puppet government in South Vietnam. All right. And we know there were Cubans that were really happy when Kennedy and the CIA agreed to conduct the Bay of Pigs, an attempted counter-revolution against Fidel Castro in Cuba, because this motherfucker's one of them. Marco Rubio is a Cuba Libre.
We'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but
I want the Democrats back in power. It depends on what Democrats, right? You got to show me some Democrats that aren't going to do the same fucking thing. I would, if I could, I would have a third party in power, a party that actually takes a principled stand against imperialism. On this particular matter, I don't trust the Democrats. I certainly don't trust the establishment Democrats. Whether, new people can rise up who will actually change the policies, the platforms of the Democratic Party, that remains to be seen, right? What we're seeing now is a lot of people play like an outside game until they get inside and then just completely sell us out, right? But we would hope that at some point you'd have a real opposition party that stands against these kind of wars, right? The United States has been dealing with this imperialist war bullshit since at least fucking the Spanish-American War. Mark Twain wrote about that. I'll try, if we have time, Chad, I'll read you some of what Mark Twain wrote about this. But yeah, the United States has been trying to shake off this imperial curse since we separated from our mother country, the Empire of Great Britain.
She really doesn't have a choice.
And especially when after, World War II, when they basically took over the British Empire.
We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of...
Kate Freelander says, unfortunately, the third party will probably never win what is known as a true democracy. I do agree with you that the deck is massively stacked against a third party in the United States, Kate Friedlander, and I don't think it's by accident.
Ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world going and invest millions and billions of dollars. and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela.
Yeah, Rach, might the Democrats be preferable on certain issues? Absolutely. Are they preferable on this one? Unfortunately not. If you're talking about the establishment Dems, they're going to do the same fucking shit. You give Kamala Harris a chance to use the most lethal military, she will do, you know, I mean, she might not do it as sloppy or as haphazard or in a way that makes us a global pariah. She might have a better pretext. She might not say that it's about oil like Trump did, right? But she wants to take Maduro out too, right? Will we be better off with anybody but Trump? Probably. Not anybody but Trump, but yeah, most other plausible politicians, probably. But on this particular issue, this is one that's really tricky because the Democrats that are in power are so shitty on this, right? They've learned all the wrong lessons. Look, we'd hope that the Democrats would have learned from Vietnam. We'd hope that the Democrats would have learned, from the interference in Afghanistan with bin Laden and the blowback that happened because of the placement of U.S. troops in Iraq in the 90s. We hope that they would have learned something from the so-called war on terror. But everything that I see shows me that they haven't. They haven't learned a goddamn thing. Right?
And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States, and frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back, yeah.
Being done to protect Americans in the country, and were any of the detained Americans?
Well, right now they're very protected because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not.
Just in case anybody's not clear about this, Kamala Harris had a chance to win the election, all right, and she lost it on the night of the Democratic National Convention. She lost that chance, right? When she put her money in with, we're going to have the most lethal army, she lost it. When she said there's no separation between me and Biden, when Biden was funding a genocide in Gaza, she lost that election. Do you know how much she lost that election by? 1.5% of the votes. In other words, chat, this is a weird one, right? Stick with me if you will, right? Trump's win over Kamala Harris, which he did win, obviously the electoral vote and the popular vote as well, right? But his margin of victory was lower than Hillary Clinton, who lost the 2016 election, but won the popular vote. Hillary Clinton's margin of victory over Trump in the popular vote, which is not what we decide presidents on, right? Hence Hillary not being president and Trump being president, right? But she won, she beat Trump in the popular vote by more votes than Kamala lost by. So it was a lot closer than anybody gives it credit for. And yeah, just a little bit, just like with Hillary Clinton, right? Something like Hillary Clinton showing up to Wisconsin instead of taking it for granted and saying, these are blue collar voters. Of course they'll vote for the Democrat, right? That you just fucking signed your death warrant, Hillary. I mean, hopefully not your. I mean, we'll see what Trump does if he goes after Hillary. Probably not her death warrant, but her political death warrant, right? She sealed her fate. She sealed her fate in that, and Kamala did too. And we gotta have better Democrats, right? I would love to have better Democrats who I knew would not do this shit. And I would hope that, there'd be a little bit more restraint from the Democratic Party. But in terms of the overall concession to the military-industrial complex, right, which Republican Dwight Eisenhower warned us about in his speech, upon leaving office. I hope someday to be able to say, yes, the Democrats are better than the Republicans, but on this particular issue, they're not. Neither is the media. There's a lot of oh no, fuck me. Oh my God, chat. You know what that is? That is the call of my class. I actually have to go to class now.
One of them.
It's online, so I'm going to try to give you we're going to try to finish this out. God damn it, we're supposed to cover Asmongold and there's Asmongold and Destiny are on my fucking thumbnail, and I didn't cover that. There's at least one bonus item. I think it's Alex Jones versus Candace Owens that I was supposed to wow, Jimmy Bean, that's fucking crazy. You love this neocon shit then. You think the Democrats are an 8 or a 9 and the GOP? Wait a minute, I'm sorry, Jimmy Bean, maybe I'm misreading you. Are you saying scale of 1 to 10 as far as what? For shitty policy. Thank you. God damn. This is the second chatter that I've befouled. I've accidentally disagreed with, even though I probably agree with you. More or less. But it's not enough, Jimmy. If you really want to win, you know, the people out there that are willing to vote for you, you can't be that close to as bad as the Republicans, right? You got to heighten the contradictions, not lessen them. And ever since Ronald Reagan ambled onto the stage of history, the Democrats have been doing that exact thing. The Democrats have been trying to be like 1 or 2 points better, you know, to the left of the Republican Party, right? They're scared of their own shadow. They are no longer the party of FDR. They are the party of liberal losers. They are the party of, you know, Bill and Hillary Clinton. And that's a sad thing. That's a sad thing because it used to be slightly better. I also think that we got to learn, speaking of learning from history, you got to learn that if you want to do something to stop the rich from getting richer and gaining more control over all of us, you actually got to do something a little more hardcore than the New Deal. All right. So just keep that one in the memory tank. If I need to, I know, I need to go to class. So I'm going to have to, yeah, that sucks. I need to just start streaming earlier. That's the only thing that's going to make this better. Is if I start streaming. Chat, would you, one in chat, if you'd be, look, I started at let's see, 10 p.m. Pacific time. That's 1 a.m. Eastern time. If I instead started at, I don't know, 7 Pacific time or 10 p.m. Eastern time, one in chat if you'd be here for that. One in chat if you'd be here for that. I'm gonna have to change my thumbnail. We're gonna have to do Destiny and yeah. Okay, so here's the new deal, chat. I'm gonna give you a new deal too. All right. Tomorrow we're doing Destiny versus Asmongold. One in chat if you know who I'm talking about. You all know who Asmongold is. I'm sure that YouTube Shorts chat knows who. You know Asmongold, the based guy. Yeah, we're gonna watch him tomorrow. All right, so be here for that. Be here for that. We're gonna watch Asmongold versus Destiny, and I'm gonna have to give you Alex Jones versus Candace Owens tomorrow too. Because yeah, okay, so a lot of people would appreciate me, maybe. Yeah, I gotta know. Okay, so just know that is my intention to try to stream earlier. Will I actually make that time of 7 o'clock Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern? Probably not, but I'm going to try, and I'm gonna be here earlier than I was. I was kind of late actually. I started at 10:30 tonight, so I want to start earlier because otherwise we're just not gonna have enough time. Destiny's still on YouTube. True. Yeah, he only got banned from Twitch. Oh my god, thank you for subscribing, Neon Raider. For a second I thought it was Neon. Like, Neon is following me now, apparently, and Aiden Ross as well. Human Cockroach, Asmon. But yeah, thank you everybody who subscribed. Make sure to stick around. There's gonna be interesting stuff happening on this channel, both on shorts and on not so shorts, wides, whatever you want to call them. If you prefer to watch me that way, you know, just as a YouTube video rather than like, you know, on your phone like that, as well as on Twitch. And look, we might even be, I don't know, we might even add TikTok if we can make that work, right? But we're going to be making moves this year, and I hope you will stick around with us. And we got more exciting stuff. Right now, unfortunately, I have got to yeah, he's the number one. That's correct, Snowstat. He's the #1 political streamer on Twitch. I think he might even be #1 on YouTube, right? Yeah, we talk about politics. We talk about also kind of media analysis. So, you know, there's a discussion of, you know, Trump, Kamala, Marco Rubio, whatever's going on in politics, right? And also a discussion of media figures that are informing us, or in some case, misinforming us on politics, whether that be Destiny, Asmongold, Hassan Piker, You know, I've had it gals, breaking points, or yeah, I cover all that stuff. Majority Report, right? So we like to talk about the media space as well. So, you know, if any of that's interesting to you, maybe consider leaving a follow. Also, I got to mention on Twitch, I am so fucking close. Let me check and see how close, right? Oh shit. 10 followers, chat, is all we need on Twitch, and I'll have 5,000. That's not a lot, but it's a good start. And honestly, we should have hit 5,000 way before this. But better late than never, I guess. We're just 10. Yeah, if we get 10 more followers on Twitch, we'll be at 5,000. On YouTube, we're 15 something thousand, and I've got to figure out somebody to hit up for tonight. All right, there we go. With that being said, chat, everybody that supports me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out. Oh, look at that. There's another follow. Nice. You get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Since it's the end of the stream now, I'm going to shout out my, I forgot to do it in the beginning. So shouts out go to user, JMB, Brian, Emily French, Big Al of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix, Direful, Sarah Anderson, Izzy Mandius, Steven Sayers, Animus, Infallible Fowl, Orelsa Ellipsis, Nadia Yvette, Choky, Moe Noape, Funky Monkey, Temporal Insanity, Good for Gabby, Jules K, Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Sherry Saphira, Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zero. So that being said, thank you, especially thank you to mods. Mods did a lot of work. Give the mods a hand. I should hit the button for applause. It's a lot more impressive if I do it that way, right? But yeah, give the mods a hand, because the mods did a lot of work keeping chat slightly manageable tonight. It was rough in there, especially when we started. I made it a little bit more easy mode for the mods, but they did a lot. All right, they were right there at the front lines. So thank the mods. Make sure to like the stream. That helps me out a lot. I appreciate that greatly. When you like the stream, you push my stream out to more and more people. So that's awesome when you do that. I know it's like one thumb, your thumb alone, it might not do much, but if we put all our thumbs together, I swear to God, chat, we can thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission and push my content out there to more people. So with that being said, chat, I gotta learn some more Thai. I'm starting to learn the numbers now, right? I'm studying Thai. I am Sawadee Ka. I'm learning the language. You love banning chuds? Well, I'm glad. I always worry about mods' mental health having to deal with all that shit. So if it's fun for you, all the better. But yeah, I gotta get out of here, and I gotta go to my class, and I'm learning classifier nouns tonight. So yay. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll do the I still owe you the Destiny content, and I still owe you the Alex Jones versus Candace Owens, because you unlocked that today. And yeah, I'll try to bring you that stuff tomorrow. I am so sorry for, again, biting off way more than I could chew and thinking I could cover Trump and Asmongold and Destiny, right? There's just never enough time. So much love. I'm going to get to class. Take care of yourself and each other, and have an awesome day, morning, evening, night, whatever it is in your time zone. And I'll be